all. This is the Cash Corona Telegram meeting in English for December 20th, 2020. It's the North American team. Alex Skoric and myself, Mark Anderson, are the hosts, along with Jalal as a co-host. I want to thank you all for coming and joining and sharing knowledge today. We're going to see some old clips, not that old, a couple of years, from the store, and a bumper we used to use a couple of years ago from 2018. I think it's rather enlightening. Plus, we'll see many of the friends, Armin and Rick and John and Dr. Gatwa, as they are highlighted, or at least given some pictures in this video. So we'll go right to that. Is there anyone that needs anything at this time? Recording, I think we have that covered, Randy and Ed. Anything else? Okay.
Can you just let me in, please, as a guest also? And I'd like to set that one for recording, please.
And who may I ask this is? Our esteemed person that shares knowledge of the universe from Mr. Kesh. And we want to thank you, Alex. You've been getting some nice compliments from Mr. Kesh on your teaching and sharing.
Yes, and we're moving ahead.
And the message is head towards the fields, abandon the equipment. No. Okay. So what we're going to do, Alex, I don't know if you heard me, we're going to see a little clip from the store. Now, these prices and products may vary. Some of them may not be in there, some of them may not be in stock, and some of them may be in stock. I know there was a recent discussion about how the prices need to reflect the actual cost to the Kesh Foundation. So if you're going to place an order, I think I would do it before the 31st of December, because I think there will be a price increase in the store. So let's go to the first couple of clips, and then in about 17 minutes, Alex, you're ready to come in? We'll just let a few more people in.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Hello. We are the Kesh Foundation. Our mission is to bring peace on earth and join humanity with the universal community. We wish and work to bring man as equal to all beings in the universe. By teaching plasma science and technology equally to everyone, no one is left out and no one is abused due to lack of knowledge. By donating to us, you can help achieve this goal. keshfoundation.org/donate.
Plasma products found at keshfoundation.org/store. Soothing, reusable plasma eye and migraine mask. Eliminate eye fatigue and relieve stress in eye area. European certified medical device. Massaging plasma insoles. Bring comfort back to your feet and energize your legs. European CE certified medical device. Antiseptic plasma liquid hand soap. Promotes well-being and relaxation with protective plasma formula. CE certified. One Soul Plasma T-shirt. GAN's formula within the symbols and stripes brings mind, soul, and body into balance. European certified. Pain Relief Pen. Emits a concentrated plasma field at point of pain, efficient up to 3 centimeters below the skin. CE certified. The Magrav's Energizer and Alkalizer raises pH and energizes water through magnetic and gravitational fields. CE certified medical device. Pain Relief Pad, a result of years of research in nanoplasma technology with magnetic and gravitational fields. CE certified medical device. Visit the online store at keshfoundation.org/store or find a distributor near you. Tax and shipping not included.
From the beginning of time, humans have always looked towards the sky for inspiration and guidance. There has been a fascination with birds, stars, gods, goddesses, and other entities which seem to exist above us, and for many humans, a strong yearning to travel into space. Man has dreamt of flight since observing space, and now it is time to become the space traveller. The future of space travel requires us to understand from where we came, to see where we are going.
Several thousand years ago, philosophers Mozi and Lu Ban from China were looking to the wind for flight. They invented kites using silk and bamboo, allowing for the later development of communication, measuring distances, testing the wind, and lifting men.
The invention of the kite brought with it the desire to fly. The first known attempts at flight were typically by leaping off towers, known as tower jumping. People in China, India, and Europe first attempted flight this way.
In 1670, Francesco Lana de Tarzi published a book that showed some interesting concepts. The concept of copper foil in a sphere with a vacuum would produce a vacuum airship. This is still not possible with today's materials. Francesco is recognized as the father of aeronautics, melding science and mathematics into aerial navigation.
The Chinese are believed to have developed the first hot air device. The Chinese lantern, using hot air from a candle, can take flight and was first used for signaling. The hot air balloon achieved the first human lift and advanced to what we know of as the Zeppelin.
The first attempts at flight in a heavier-than-air flying machine were made by more than just the Wright brothers. Most attempts failed, however, they were the stepping stones for what was to come later. The oldest airport, College Park, is still in operation today.
Airplanes evolved rapidly through the century, from propeller to helicopter to jet aircraft, and most of that technology is used today.
During the Second World War, Germany developed rockets that could go a limited distance. The basic rocket technology used then is still used today. The space race started with the Soviet Union and the USA in 1957 and led to many developments for the next step, the moon.
The spacecraft assigned as Apollo 11 was the first spacecraft to have landed on the moon. The space shuttle operated at tremendous cost. Burning the fuel proved to be wasteful and dangerous technology. The International Space Station, ISS, is a habitable artificial satellite that was assembled in low Earth orbit in 1998 with the use of the Space Shuttle. The ISS can often be seen with the naked eye from Earth.
SpaceX, as a private aerospace producer and space transportation services company, was founded in 2002 by Elon Musk with the goal of reducing space transportation costs and enabling the colonization of Mars. SpaceX reuses the first stage of their primary rocket, Falcon 9, by vertical propulsive landings. Although, up to present time, it still uses the rocket fuel burning technology. Mehran Kesh has always said, the time for burning fuels is over. But did we need to start with that technology in the first place?
Ancient cultures have suggested the use of an alternative means of transportation. With reference to possible plasma technology,
you can go to New York from Brussels within 2 to 5 minutes. And most of this 5 minutes is actually landing and getting up.
Mehran Tavakkoli Kesh was born in Iran in 1958. As the son of an X-ray engineer, he was introduced to the world of radiation and nuclear science at a very young age. In 1981, he graduated from Queen Mary, the University of London, as a nuclear engineer specialized in reactor technology system control. At that time, he developed a number of theoretical ideas related to more simple nuclear concepts and their applications. In 2002, he decided to finish the full design of his ideas about nuclear technology. This included the creation and control of gravity and energy by the use of nuclear materials in a clean and safe hydrogen reactor. Mehran Kesh introduced the concept of double magnetic fields to explain the magnetic and gravitational field of Earth.
Unknown by the existing scientific community, he wrote a number of scientific papers in 2004 and sent them for peer review, such as the creation of black holes. When one of the persons performing the peer review used his information in public, he decided to draw back his papers and to concentrate further on building prototypes.
Since the beginning of 2006, several prototypes of dynamic reactors have been built, some specifically designed to create hovering effects, similar to effects seen with magnetic levitation. Basic hovering effects have been achieved. 2007 brought the first flight test with radioactive material, in which the patents describe the process of the field interactions.
The main patent, Gravitational and Energy System, described the initial fundamental aspects of the plasma and uses. This was followed by the supplemental patent, Microplasma Reactors, where further uses and advancements were described. Mr. Kesh found himself in Iran in 2008 and was provided all the resources needed to create the first lift of a plasma reactor managed by the Iranian government. These special rotating gas reactors were used to control the plasma. To bring a deeper understanding, Mr. Kesh released the first book in 2009, The Universal Order of Creation of Matters, which contained many new concepts released to the public. This included the PMTIC plasma magnetic fields, initial fundamental plasma and plasma dilution technology used for space reactors. The plasma technology was further developed and it manifested in weight fluctuation in a controlled environment. 2010 introduced a new state of matter called GANS, an acronym for gas in nanosolid state. The GANS produces fields to be used in the operation of the spaceship. Advanced flight tests were performed in Iran with the guidance of Mr. Kesh and the newly designed systems.
Mr. Kesh tells us you can't bring all the doctors with you in space. Medical research advanced in 2010 and is still being explored daily all around the world. The Kesh Foundation has provided knowledge for dealing with many medical conditions in space.
A great example of plasma technology used for peaceful process is the capturing of the USA drone over Iran in December 2011. This drone was touted as one of the most advanced drones of its day. and was caught by Iran using plasma to disrupt the communications. Plasma absorbs fields, and the drone uses radio fields for piloting, a natural aspect of the plasma, a barrier of fields.
Book 2, The Structure of the Light, was released in 2011. This book brought forward the understanding of the structure of light as a cylindrical plasma where the light is in possession of all magnetic field strengths. Book 3, The Origin of the Universe, was published later in 2011. Mr. Kesh explained the further operation and interaction of different strengths of the same fields, which then leads to the creation of the universe. These 3 books bring forward a much deeper understanding of the plasma science that is applied worldwide by knowledge seekers and scientists in spaceship research and development.
There were 2 conferences to release the space technology to governments in 2012. The first international presentation in April, Kesh Foundation invited representatives of every country to the first presentation of the plasma technology. The second international presentation in September, Kesh Foundation invited the nations of the world through their ambassadors and their leaders to attend a gathering at the Kesh Foundation Center in Nenove, Belgium.
Space travel requires peace. The implementation of the plasma technology brings greater responsibility. In 2013, Mr. Kesh brought forward the World Peace Treaty. Signing of the peace treaty is a confirmation from yourself to your soul to act correctly in a peaceful manner.
In 2014, knowledge seekers came together from around the world to learn from Mr. Kesh, and many different experiments with reactors were performed, including improving the previously developed reactors to fit with the new knowledge, introduction of nano-coated reactors, multi-core GaNs systems. The Spaceship Institute lab experiments were streamed live on the internet for all to see. SSI lab tests with reactors showed strong magnetic field pulses up to 129 Tesla and showed significant weight fluctuations. In December, an experiment was performed using reactors built by knowledge seekers from around the world. Italy, Germany, and Canada were involved in field communication tests. The tests showed that fields can interact with each other no matter the distance or time, resulting in instant communication.
In 2015, developments for space continued with different aspects of the plasma technology, such as in health, energy, and decontamination. In October of 2015, Mr. Kesh taught a popular week-long course called the Blueprint Teachings about how to build the MAGRAV power units. People from all over the world participated with building their own MAGRAV units and teaching others. With the demand of the Kesh Foundation products from all over the world, a new research center and manufacturing opened in Arizona, USA. Many developments of the technology happened in different parts of the world, and Kesh Foundation USA is no exception. John and the team started performing experiments using different sensing tools. These tools allowed the team to visualize the MAGRAV fields and to show others their interactions. With reactor formations showing positive results, partaking in the knowledge together is easier and more joyful than ever. The fun has just begun, says MT Kesh.
Mr. Kesh publicly teaches the space technology through the weekly Knowledge Seekers workshops. Plasma enthusiasts from around the world participate in gathering the knowledge and putting the puzzle together in the space race. All people, irrespective of race, nation or religion, are invited to participate in the exchange of knowledge, thus assisting humanity to live within the ethos of the universe. It is recognized that international cooperation and peace is a prerequisite for mankind to journey into deep space. Individuals and nations are invited to come together in the spirit of collaboration and unity to enable peaceful application and the use of plasma technology for space travel, food, agriculture, energy, transportation, health, and more. We are excited to release the Kesh Foundation Spaceship Blueprint to humanity.
Okay, so I thought that was a beautiful overview starting back in 2004, almost up to the present time. I think that video was from 2018. So you saw the books, the reactors, the conferences, the patents. One of the things that I was most surprised about is Mr. Kesh's submittal of his paper to the British Astronomical Society on black holes, where after it had been reviewed, apparently Stephen Hawking had changed his whole thinking on black holes and sort of copied what Mr. Kesh had written. And at that point, I think Mr. Kesh withdrew his paper, if I'm correct. So I just wanted to show everyone sort of a big overview, but just scratching the surface of what's been going on in the Kesh Foundation for the last 15 or so years. If you have any questions, we'd be happy to entertain them. Otherwise, we'll go right to Alex. I think he is ready. And where Mr. Kesh obviously is moving us is to beyond the reactors and the GANs and so on. Not that that's not important and we need to understand it very thoroughly, but totally working with the fields. As he said in the last workshop, you have 3 basic reactors within you, which would be the soul of the man, the soul of physicality, and the reactor in the physicality. Combining all those with the fields of the universe and the GANs can do a lot in the creation process, which we're just starting to find out about. So if there's no questions, I'd like to ask Alex to come in.
Good day, everybody. My name is Alex Skorik. I'm with the Kesh Corona Telegram team meeting in English on Sunday afternoon. And I want to welcome everybody here. And I also want to thank you all for allowing us to present today. Mark, I'm going to begin the screen share.
Go right ahead.
So while I'm organizing this, I would just like to let everyone know that there's a lot of stuff that's going on in the background. And yes, very much right now, we are in between seasons where we're shutting down the classes for the year. And it's kind of a holiday, except it's not a holiday because of the events that are going on around the world. What we're planning on doing is a continuation of the basic teaching that we did coming out of the cooperative effort of the Kesh Foundation Brazil Plasma Education team. This is a very strong team which will begin to flex its muscles in a different way starting in January. The Brazilian team has over 6,000 members that are on the Telegram. I don't know what the numbers are on the Facebook. And then we also have an extremely powerful group that is doing simultaneous translation during these meetings with the Spanish team. And this has been a tremendous revelation. I just want to point out yesterday that we had a phenomenal breakthrough with the Brazilian team. I don't know how many of you had a chance to hear it. We will be putting up the transcript of the show, but it was a radio show coming out of Las Vegas on the Spanish network, which is an ESPN affiliate. And this came out at 1 o'clock yesterday afternoon. And frankly, this was a phenomenal breakthrough. As I was listening to the presentation, and so what was difficult for me, of course, they obviously are speaking English as well, but the primary audience is Spanish. And so the Spanish translation was absolutely excellent. And then, of course, Raphael was making his presentation. And I could feel the presenter of the radio series displaying some nerves. And I think obviously there are two aspects to this. And number one, he's obviously afraid for his job, which is a sad state of affairs. But I think all of us were caught up in the emotion of the moment because of the significance. And this emotion was kind of like a jack in the box, and it just pops right out. And frankly, we would classify this as a major event. And in the year of many major events with respect to the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute, this was a major event. And all credit goes to Raphael for having the courage to get out there, and all credit to the Spanish team, we can't name at this point in time. There's so many, but they made the arrangement, and all credit to the radio station for actually making it happen, because we understand how serious this is. Major event. It's amazing what we're going through and how rapid everything is going. So for the past 9 weeks, we've done basic teaching on the plasma science as a collaborative effort between the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute and the Keshe Foundation Brazil education team. And today's presentation is a collaboration between the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute and the Keshe Foundation Canadian team. And we will be actually beginning the intermediate public teaching today. It's December 20th, and the subject matter is plasma transition. And I know, Mark, that you've read the disclaimer, but I think I'm going to read it again, if you don't mind, please, because of the nature of the presentation. So please bear with me. This disclaimer is for the information and educational material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is now meant or intended to serve as a substitute for healthcare professionals' clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult a physician, or in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties expressed or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided as is and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body, but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to. The intermediate teachings have been broken down into 6 classes, and this is to accommodate another 6 classes, which will be the advanced teachings, which will follow up on this, and that is the plan to take us to March. And please understand that simultaneously, the Knowledge Seekers workshops will be moving ahead at a rapid pace, And so the burden on us becomes more and more as the gap widens. What we've been trying to do, as I mentioned, is try to amalgamate over 3,000 hours of teaching and put it together in a nice compact package. And furthermore, because of all the new people that are coming on stream all the time, we are looking forward to trying to bridge this gap as best as possible. Uh, excuse me, there's a microphone open, please. Okay, thank you. The we have all been indoctrinated into the matter state, and as has been pointed out repeatedly, we need to stop worrying about the matter state, concentrate on the field states. The problem with that is because our educational system and our way of life has been matter state bound. And so it becomes quite a radical change. And we see this especially when we look at some of the basic terminology that we had to add in the last few weeks. And they had to do with different polarities and planes and fields. And these fields are X, Y, and Z axis for uh, conventional identification. We define them as transmission and rotation, transition and polarity, transmutation and field strength. Today we're going to discuss transition and polarity. Of course, we understand that we're talking about plasma science. And the thing is, how do we get to the dynamic plasma, the dynamism, which actually involves interaction? And we're not going to really be able to discuss that too much today because we're still having trouble with charges and charges which are energy in motion. We understand that we go with these fields in various dimensions and that they are natural, very natural. This is the natural science. It is the natural science of the universe. But we operate in various ranges. And we talk about transcendence, and the transcendence is of the fields. And this is something that allows us to transition various ranges. So let's just review a few basics here. And so we have to begin, obviously, with the creation of the universe. And I say obviously because we came here from somewhere, and so we were created here. And we have to know how we were created because if you're here and you don't know how you got here or why you're here, this is the whole purpose of life. Life is for learning. And so we have now an opportunity to understand where the universe was created from. And that is from energy, and energy is always in motion. So what we see here not only is the cover of the book, which is book number 1, The Universal Order of Creation, which also involves the creation of matters, and what do we mean by matters. But basically we see that there is an infinity loop. And so the question becomes is how does the energy go from one side to the other? And then, wait a second, how does the energy come back? And so there are plasma rules. Fundamentally, when two forces come together through the nearness of proximity, they form an attraction. And the beginning of that attraction forms a field. And they come together, and we have the basic 2 axes, x-axis and y-axis. These forces that come together are PM ticks. We call them plasmatics. These are principal matter rays, which are coming together to form the beginning of creation. And as the energy comes in and builds, we start to have a substance, a z-axis. And we discuss this in great detail at the end of the basic teaching. And so we see that our position, which is man's universe, is just a tiny speck in the rest of the universe. And so we see that we have to raise our horizons. Our range is within that red circle. And for most of us, it's actually even a small part of that red circle, which I'm referring to at the bottom right-hand corner. And the reason that it's red is because there's a lot of grief on this planet. And the rest of the universe is a benevolent place and a beautiful place. Not to say that there aren't other places that have the grief and share it with us, but all of these places are in a basic quarantine. So when we want to talk about the universal order of creation, it becomes kind of difficult when we're looking at our small scheme. We have to look at the bigger scheme and see that not only do we have a point of origin, if you will, but we have to get from there to here. And where we get from there to here is somehow we have to transition ourselves through various states. We have to transition ourselves through various dimensions. We have to transition ourselves from what we call a plasmatic condition, which includes all the states, into what we call a matter state or a physical condition. And so we come to the realization that we are part of the universe. We are part of the origin of the universe. We were created the same way as the universe was created. And then we are also universal functionaries who also are capable of creation. So we have, and we're introducing the word soul. We have a soul and we have a source and there is a link. And so this becomes the subject matter. And when we ask ourselves, are we backwards or are we upside down? In many ways, we are backwards because we're looking at it from the matter state to the plasma state. And is it upside down? Well, only because we have a relationship on this planet. And within this planet, today we're going to talk about ranges. And when we talk about ranges, it comes to mind that we have mountain ranges. And when we have mountain ranges, we also have valleys. And so between the mountain range is what we consider to be a range of fields. And as you can see, in the valleys, we have water, but on the mountaintops, we have ice. And so there's a unique characteristic of water, which is the reason why life is so prevalent on this planet, is that unlike other elements, water expands when it freezes. So therefore it is less dense. And so that's why we find ice on the top of the mountains, not at the bottom of the lakes or the oceans. If that was the case, life would not be possible. So when the ice melts, it rolls down the mountain and into the rivers and the valleys and the lakes and the oceans and even into the aquifers. So this is not the range that we're going to be looking at today. We're going to be looking at the range that the Earth has between its core, which we call the gravitational part, and the magnetosphere, which we call the magnetical part. And we have a capability of transitioning this range. So we have two ranges that identify the field, and we're going to transition these ranges within this field. And so this is an understanding that we have to absolutely have, because you see, we've had theories, and one of those theories was vacuum theory. And the failure of vacuum theory is to not recognize how full vacuums are. Vacuums are literally full of principal matter. The thing about this principal matter is that it is unbound. All of this principal matter is energy that is in motion. And when energy is in motion, energy has a charge, and the charge reflects the direction of motion. So what we're finding is that energy is a plasma field transaction currency. So in other words, anytime we're doing something, we're consuming an energy one way or the other. However, when we are within a plasma field, we don't necessarily consume it. It all depends on if we're transitioning various fields. And so the way we've been operating is we've been using energy as a fuel in matter state where we consume it. We now have the technology to use energy as a plasma fuel, where it isn't consumed, it is transacted, and there is a transitional result of the energy. And that's what we want to talk about today. And the problem that we're having, you see, is because the energy is always positive. That's not what we're concerned about, because you can't have nothing. You always have to have something. Nothing is nothing. Something is always something as opposed to being something else. And we call that susceptibility. And what that means is which way will the energy flow and why will it flow? Today, we're going to discuss transition. And when we look at dynamic plasma fields, if I just go back here, you notice the bottle on the right. We have GANs inside the bottle. There's a hole in the GANs. There's nothing there. So in other words, we have a glass bottle, we have GANs in the bottle, and then we have nothing in the middle of the GANs. On the left-hand side of this picture, you see the beginning of the dynamic plasma field, because you can see we're looking at it from the top down into the cup. You're starting to see that there is a rotation that is happening that is burrowing down towards the bottom of the cup. On the right-hand side, it has completed that hole. In this particular picture, when we look at the top of the glass, that hole has been completely finished, where the glass is completely visible from the top of the glass. On the right-hand side, you get a three-dimensional perspective, and you can see that there's a rotating field of the GANs state. But what we have to understand is that we are seeing the simultaneous field form artifacts. Okay, we can't see the fields. We can only see what the fields are doing and how they're affecting in our matter state. And so what we're seeing, we have a glass cup that is in matter state. When we talk about matter state, in this case, we're talking about physicality. When we're looking at the GANs, which is in the bottom of the cup, that is in a higher energy state. We call it GANs. We've skipped a state here, and that is the nanocoding state, because we have produced GANs from the nano. And so both states are lumped in here. But what happens in the GAN state is we have a gap in the middle. And so what we have there is actually defined by what we don't have there. And what we don't have there is the plasma state. And furthermore, what we really don't see is the dynamic plasma state, which goes outside of the boundary of the matter state. In the particular case here that we're looking at, the dynamic plasma state extends at least 20 feet in radius from the center point of this cup. So we are looking at a dynamic plasma field here that incorporates 4 different states: matter state, GAN state, plasma state, and dynamic plasma state, each state of which is at a different field strength. And the ability for us to go between state to state is plasma transition. So in the past, we talked about the various plasma states. So we had matter state, capital M matter state, nano state, GAN state, and plasma state. But in between these states, we had transfer states. And we defined the transfer state, the first transfer state, as our mastery of heat and electricity. This is a one way to transfer energy. But we discovered that we can do this through nuclear physics. And now, with the plasma science, we've discovered that we can go beyond nuclear physics and talk about plasma physics. And what we've seen is that as we start to play with the plasma physics, it starts to take on a dynamic condition. And that condition is not only within the what we call a maggrav, which is a balance between the magnetical gravitational state, but there are also interactive energy transfer states because all things are working in combination. And plasma absorbs fields. What and how much does it absorb? So there are ranges. So each one of these states is a range. And so there's an upper and a lower limit to that state. When that is exceeded, a few things could happen. What we're going to talk about today is plasma transition. How do we go from state to state? So when you take your plasma state, and these are all plasma states, regardless if they're tangible or non-tangible, visible or non-visible, they are all plasma states. To go from one state to another involves an energy transfer state. The energy transfer state likewise has a field strength and likewise also has a range. So when we add the one range to the other range, then depending on the susceptibility, we can either increase the plasma field states or we can decrease the plasma field state. But there's a problem with this, and that is we have things upside down. We have been doing things from the matter state, and we need to abandon this platform because it is the lowest energy state. And we are plasma beings. So why are we playing with the lowest energy transfer states? Let's get this turned around. We find that from our meeting last time that the plasma state is actually gravitational. And we find also that the plasma state correlates to principal matter. The GAN state can correlate to antimatter, the nanostate can correlate to dark matter. We already have the matter states, capital M and small m. Capital M is plasmatic, small m is physical. And then we have our basic lowest energy levels, which are actually magnetical. And so how does that relate? So when we look at the plasma rules, obviously one of the fundamental rules is that energy states can increase by at least an order of magnitude. This is key because this is how we transition the boundaries. Another rule is that a higher energy state feeds the lower energy state. Okay. So that's looking at it from one way. But we see that these energy state changes can manifest through either natural creation or natural decay. And the reason we say that is because, first of all, it's natural. Plasma is a natural thing. And so it is natural to have a creation. And when you have a creation, you have a growth, you have an addition, you have an advancement through various plasma states. But when you have a natural decay, then you have a decomposition and a reduction in plasma states. So we're going to talk about that later when we talk about manifestation. But fundamentally, when you are within an energy state, the transfer of energy within that state is catalytic or non-consuming. And the reason for that is because that is a balanced field condition that is created in a MAGRAV state, that is a balance of the magnetical gravitational forces that have come together from the forces coming together originally with principal matter. And this is the difference when we look at transition states. Where does the energy go? This becomes the question. So fundamentally, we change our point of view and we see that the dynamic state, when we look at our physicality, corresponds to our soul, because our soul is very dynamic. But we have mental parts, emotional parts, physical parts, and all of these are in an environment that deals with the earth, which also has plasma conditions. So what we are preoccupied with is what we call our visible reality. What we're not seeing is the non-visible reality. And the only reason we're not seeing it is because we're not recognizing the fact that there is a plasma energy that is all around us all the time, in various states simultaneously. And these are all energy in motion, and that's why it's magnetical. So when these two forces come together and we have a field, and that becomes a plasma. And so we can see that in the middle of the plasma, we have the positive charge. But that plasma has to go somewhere. That plasma has to interact with something somewhere. It cannot remain static or else it'll collapse. So it becomes dynamic, which means there is a field that is going around, and that's what we're going to discuss today, is the polar field, which is a plasmatic transition. So we can see that the energy goes through the poles, comes out, let's say, on the north side, and comes back in on the southern side. But we understand from the plasma science that that is a two-way street. So the energy also comes out from the southern side and comes in to the northern side. So what does that mean? How can that be possible? Because otherwise, nothing would happen. Energy is always in motion. So there has to be a difference. There has to be a difference in the field strength of one versus the other. And this is exactly what happens. So if the field strength is towards the magnetical, which is the giving, then we call that magnetical gravitational. If the field strength is to the taking, then we call that gravitational magnetical. So the emphasis is on the direction of flow. And that's one of the ways that we can describe this. We achieved this dynamic plasma condition early on when we were dabbling in the matter state. So this is a graphic representation of a star formation that we had. We used spinning reactors. These spinning reactors were nano-coated. And as a result, each and every one of these reactors created a plasma condition. And that plasma condition, as you can see, in its own was dynamic because it exceeded the boundary of the physical limitation of the rotating sphere. When we bring them all together, we created another dynamic plasma state, which was a combination of the individual dynamic plasma states. And so in this picture now, what we're seeing is the same thing. We are seeing physicality in what we call the matter state. We know there's GANs inside these rotating orbs, and we know that they are creating a plasmatic condition. And we know that in combination, they create a dynamic plasmatic state. So please understand now, what we are seeing is in the one form artifact of the energy transfer, the plasmatic transfer that we're looking at here is transitional between matter state, GAN state, plasma state, and dynamic plasma state, all done simultaneously. So we have now transcended the boundaries of the individual states. And so this is how the energy is transferred on a plasmatic basis. We tend to do things from matter state to matter state. A brief example. You have a piece of wood, you have a saw blade, you take the saw blade, apply it to the piece of wood, we change that into sawdust. There we go. We have created a change in the matter state. And we have done it with matter state means. When we look at plasma science, if we want to change things in a matter state, we have to change things in a higher state, because the higher state is the substructure of the lower state. So we have to transcend the state that we are operating in to create the field. And as you can see, the field in the center here has been created through the amalgamation of the 4 dynamic plasma fields that have come together in a star formation here. And this is one unit consisting of 4 units. And these are all energy parceling units, but they're working together as a team. But this star formation is, again, not on its own. And this is how we will progress, but we are in intermediate teaching only. So in review, when we look at charges, they're energy in motion, and they are negative and positive, and that indicates direction of flow. And we find that the smaller the charge, the higher the negative charge. The smaller the surface to volume ratio, the smaller the particle, the higher the ratio, the higher the negative charge. And the negative gives and the positive takes. So now not only do we know direction, but we know strength. And we see that there is a relationship when the negative is giving and the positive is taking. But is it giving and taking from itself? No, its energy can be flowing or can be binding. And so we have both. You have to have both flowing and binding energy. And binding energy can be done in one plasmatic condition, and the flowing energy can also be done on that same plasmatic condition, but also it can be done as a plasma transition energy flowing. So when we look at the ice and the lakes and the oceans, and we find that the fundamental component on this planet is hydrogen and oxygen. When it comes together, it forms water, which is the universal solvent that's on this planet. We find that when we look at this water molecule, it has an orientation that is magnetical and gravitational. And there's a disproportionate ratio here because there are 2 hydrogens, which are very, very tiny, and there's one big fat oxygen, which is very, very big, but yet they do create a mag-grav condition, and in its structure, it becomes round. And so based on the polarity, we see that the negative charge is the direction of flow. But in essence, this is a mag-grav, which is an energy balanced unit, and this is an energy parceling unit. One of the characteristics of water is that it can give and take energy This is the same kind of affinity that GANS has. It can give and take energy. So one of the ways that water gives energy is it shears off an electron, it shears off a hydrogen particle, which is positive. That renders the Maglev condition negative. It still has one hydrogen, it still has one oxygen, and it still has a direction of flow. But now this hydroxyl is a giver. What happened to the hydrogen? Well, the hydrogen is not anymore on this level. It is not anymore on this plane. It is not anymore on this plasmatic condition. It is gone. Same thing happens if you want to purchase a car, you have money, you give the money, you get the car. When you give the money, you are less money. And you go in the car. The car doesn't go in you. So as you negative, you go into the car. Once you're in the car, you become gravitational. The car becomes your magnetical extension. This is your Maglev condition. Where's the money gone? I don't know. Who knows? You can spend hours looking for it and you may never find it because energy is always in motion. And so the basic relationship that makes life on this planet possible is the relationship between hydrogen and oxygen, which is just around the level of an order of magnitude. And so there's a giving and taking because the oxygen is stronger than the hydrogen. Okay. And there's a balance field, which we call a Maglev. Okay. And the oxygen is gravitational and the hydrogen is magnetical. And so by the plasma rule, the higher feeds the weaker. However, there's an infinity loop here. And this is what happens when we get into the nanotechnology. The linear physics fails. We start to enter into a curvature. With that curvature now, when we're giving from the gravitational to the magnetical, how does the energy come back? And this is where we have the infinity loop. So when we look at the magnets and we see we had a problem when we went from repulsion to attraction, the only way that we could get three magnets to come together in an attractive force is to flip one, because we couldn't put all three together. So we had to change the plane. It is now on a different plane, perpendicular plane. And so when we look at this infinity loop, it is hard to represent on one plane, on a two-dimensional picture. We have to understand that each one of these, the hydrogen is a Maglev, the oxygen is a Maglev, the combination of the two is a Maglev. And in order for the energy to flow, in the plasma rules, the higher feeds the weaker. Well, if the gravitational of the oxygen is higher than the magnetical of the hydrogen, then how does the energy come back? And so the way the energy comes back is that the energy is shifted to another plane. And this is exactly how the cups of life work. Because you see, when we look at the cups of life, we have both the magnetical and the gravitational field, and both get depleted. Both get depleted. So the magnetical feeds and the gravitational feeds, which seems to defy the plasma rules. But it works. And you know why? Because of this infinity loop. So what we're looking at is a three-dimensional perspective. And that's where you see the plasma rule. The higher strength feeds the weaker strength. But let's look at the individual components. What's in there? You have matter, dark matter, and antimatter in the one on the right. Oh, you have matter, antimatter, and dark matter in the one on the left. And what are these? Well, these are three plasmatic conditions at three different field strengths. And they've come together in a Maglev condition, which is a balance of magnetical gravitational forces. And although the three of them are there, they come together as a team. And so the three build up a plasmatic condition in one plane. But we know that we have various planes. So the energy is coming in, and so within, the higher feeds the weaker. Now that we have a Maglev condition, this has to feed to something else. And so the orientation is the magnetical is the giver. The question is the giver to what? It is the giver to another plasmatic field. And where is that plasmatic field? I don't know. It all depends on the pattern, and it depends on the susceptibility. And where is that energy coming from? Is it coming from that pattern and that susceptibility? No, not necessarily. It could be coming from another Maglev condition, another plasmatic field, or it could be coming from another plasmatic energy state, which would be plasma transition. In other words, when we look at the formation of principal matter, two fields come together. But in order to retain that energy, it has to go through a rotating field. And so energy is coming in and going out. And that's fine. That's fine for one direction. But what we have to understand is that we're working in a three-dimensional perspective. So therefore, if it's coming in on one plane, it can be coming in on another plane. And if it's coming in, it has to be going out. So we have absorption and emission on the x-axis, absorption and emission on the y-axis, and then, well, guess what? We have emission and absorption on the z-axis as well. And so we are only looking at one today, and that is the transition. Because what we're looking at is we're going from a Maglev condition where we have gravitational in the center and magnetical on the outside. To go from the inside to the outside, we have to transition over various fields and various field strengths. And so that is our plasma transition. And so when we take our basic energy construct and we apply it to the three dimensions, now we know how this builds up. So we have an X, Y, and a Z axis, which are each perpendicular, and that's okay for a straight line geometry. But when we look at the Earth, it's got a lot of curves in it. And so what we see is that there's a magnetosphere around the Earth, and then there's a gravitational point in the center, which we relate to the equator going around the center, and the poles, which are going around the ends. Generally speaking, conventional science, the north is the giver, the south is the taker. So the north is magnetical and the south is gravitational. And we set up paths. The energy is coming from all 360 degrees. So in other words, the energy is coming in always on the x-axis or the y-axis or the z-axis and all degrees in between. And so the energy is absorbed. We call that attraction. When we say attraction, that means gravitational. Energy is also then emitted. You have to emit before you can absorb. And so the emission is a repulsion. We call that magnetical. And so the boundaries, the range of operation is between the magnetosphere and the surface of the Earth, as far as we're concerned, which is like the equator, and the distance in between and where we go in terms of field strength is all based on susceptibility. But fundamentally, energy is always coming in, energy is always going out, and in order to maintain the Maglev condition, it has to go around. And energy that we cannot contain, that is not, we don't have an affinity for, that energy just passes right through us. So when we look at this complex diagram of all the things that we brought together the three axes, the X, Y, and Z axis. We brought together on this X-axis the star formation, which is the fundamental of the amino acid construct of our physicality. And we find that it is also a similar construct for the Earth's physicality. And so we see now through the plasma science that it's a two-way street. And where we have a two-way street, it means that we have to do some pole flipping here. You see, because the rotation of the northern hemisphere is opposite to the rotation of the southern hemisphere. And so what that means is that now the North Pole is magnetical, the core of the Earth is gravitational, but the core of the Earth is gravitational in the opposite direction because the pole is flipped over, so the South Pole is also magnetical. Well, what does that mean? That means we have a problem in the center. And that problem is we're missing something. And what we're missing there is another field. And we found this when we were looking at the magnets. There has to be something in between that balances the distance. And so we find that the Earth has a soul. And it's the same thing. We have a soul. And it is this soul that is the link between the two rotating fields. So when we discuss this, and we're looking at this picture of a plasma representation, we can't see anything here. But what we're seeing is organization. And so we refer to the rotating field that brought the energy packs together as the x-axis. We see the polarity as is the y-axis, which we're talking about plasma transition today. And then we see that the construct of the maggrav and the size of the maggrav based on field strength is the z-axis. And so these are all on various planes. And so the energy transfer can go axis by axis within the axis, or it can go axis to axis across the axes. That's a transition. And so when two poles come together and they're the same, there's a repulsion. What is in between? There has to be some kind of balance to keep the two together. But you see, when we're looking at a maggrav condition, there's an attraction. And so we said, as far as the Earth is concerned, the northern hemisphere is rotating in one direction, the southern hemisphere is rotating in the other direction, but there's something in between. And so we see that there is a soul here. And so everything that you're looking at in this picture, you can't see. It includes the fields. It includes the maggrav condition. It includes the soul. And it includes the orientation. So now we have a clearer picture of what is going on. We have gravitational to magnetical going to the north, and we have a gravitational and magnetical going to the south. And in order to maintain this gravitational field in the middle, there has to be a connection. And that is where the soul comes in. So you can break these down individually, or you can look at the total picture. And so in all cases, it's a maggrav of a maggrav of a maggrav. So when we define matter, what matter is a manifestation of energy. And we have old science, which is small m matter, physicality. We have the new science, which involves the capital M matter, which is non-tangibility. And we know that manifestation creates a binding because that's how the energy comes together. And that is the beginning of creation. However, we look at the energy binding as being creation. So let's redefine manifestation. And when we manifest, we are binding energy. And so we can say that manifestation is creation. Now, is that creation a binding at a specific plasma state, or is it at any given plasma state? And can this manifestation be at multiple plasma states at the same time? And can this manifestation of the energy, which is a form artifact that we see as a plasma transition, can this plasma transition involve multiple plasma states? So when we say that energy binding is creation, we are just assuming that it's in our small, tiny, perfect little world. We're not seeing that there is a substructure that is there. And the other thing we're not seeing is that it not necessarily one substructure at one energy state, multiple plasma states. And furthermore, the rules of manifestation apply to all plasma states. There is no rule that says you have to manifest into physicality. That is why we have to abandon the matter state platform. We are using the matter state platform in these intermediate teachings and basic teachings to kind of bridge the gap, so that when you understand things that you can see, you have to develop skills that you can see these plasma fields. When you understand how these plasma fields interact, then you can see how the energy is flowing. And once you understand the rules, then it's a fun game to play. So we were always playing with magnets, and we said, okay, well, when we push these magnets together, how close can we push them? There is a field. We don't understand these things. Really, we have Wi-Fi, we have radios, we have TV. Where's that energy coming from? And how is it coming to us? We even have cell phones, which, with our fingers, we can touch the screen and magic happens. So there's always energy that is flowing, and it's flowing between various states. We seem to limit ourselves on this planet between solids, liquid, and air. But when we get into plasma, we have other states. And so we can do it this way, we can do it this way, perpendicular fields, or one of the ways we can do it is just by putting one field in the center, and we create a star formation. And this is how we began protein building. And so we understand that in the center, we have a gravitational condition. So this is a representation, if you recall. We have the oxygen in the center, that is blue. We have the nitrogen, which is green. It's bound to the carbon, which is black, and it's bound to the hydrogen, which is red. Each of them are at a different field strength. Each of them are working in a plasmatic condition. Which condition are they working in? I don't know. I don't know. I can't tell from this picture, except for the fact that we are overlaying this on top of a physical condition. Regardless, we have a magnetical field that is emanating from here. The construct of this magnetical field is done plasmatically. Well, how do we go from the inside to the outside? Well, that is plasma transitioning. So what we're seeing here with this top view of a daisy is we are seeing in the center, we have this hexagonal formation. And if you really look closely, you'll find that these fields are not round, they're actually spiraling. And they kind of transition into a petal. So the form artifact of the petal is clearly totally different from the form artifact of the hexagonal center position. So there is a boundary, there is a plasmatic boundary between the yellow part and the white part. So if the energy is flowing from the inside to the outside, how does the energy flow back? And this question was answered very nicely because on the backside is the beginning of the seed growth. And so the seed growth is the beginning of, wait for it, creation. Oh, okay. So now we can see, well, maybe, can we see the infinity loop? So we see from the center, the gravitational transitioning out to the magnetical and then transitioning back into the gravitational. And it is doing this on multiple levels. What we are seeing is small m matter state representation of the flower here. What we're not seeing is the substructure. We're not seeing how the individual component is, first of all, creating the hexagonal pattern. We're not seeing the transition to the petal pattern. We're not even seeing the stalk. We're not seeing the root. We're not seeing the whole daisy here. We're only seeing the head of it. But when we're looking at how these fields are manifesting, we're seeing a pattern, and this is what we want to see. So when we're dealing with the magnets, and this is a graphic representation of the magnets, we understand there's a repulsion which creates a gap, and then there's an attraction which bridges that gap. And so we understand that there are fields. When in plasma science, because the plasma fields are stronger, these fields retain. And so you can actually physically remove the creation of the basic field strength and leave the dynamic plasma field strength. How nice is that? Well, so when we talk about how does the chameleon change color, it has to transition plasmatically from its matter state condition, which gives you a physicality of his body and his skin, but the transcendence to a higher plasmatic condition at that point allows it to change color. And at that point, it allows it to manifest back into physicality. So what you're not seeing is the plasma transition. And that's the point. When you have one point, it has to interact with another point, and then you connect the two with one connection. And then when you see how things are working through what we call a point sweep, you see the sun rising in the morning, setting in the evening, and then the planet rotates around at night. So we have the petals growing in the daytime, the roots growing at the nighttime. And what we're not seeing are the transition fields. There are multiple fields. So in other words, we talked about a basic gravitational magnetical relationship between where the fields are in the core and the magnetosphere, and then the plasmatic transition to go that way. But now when you're looking at the vertical people, and these we call the vertical people, the plants, they are rooted to the earth. So therefore, they have to take into account the environment of the earth, which already has a magnetical gravitational orientation. So we find that whether the orientation is at the magnetosphere or is at the surface of the earth, so for our purposes, for the surface of the earth, that's where we're located. Where the plants are located, they're actually involving the earth as well. So there is a binding between the gravitational aspect and between the above ground and the below ground is the soul. But there's a gravitational aspect there at the base of the plant. And so it's attracted to the magnetical aspect of the earth. That's why these plants are bound. They're bound to the root. And so this is the range that the plants are operating in. The plants operate opposite to us. We operate in a greater field. And so when we look at this relationship as to the Earth's relationship, we have a similarity. There's a gravitational core and there's a magnetical outlier. And as we go from the gravitational to the magnetical, we transition across various fields. How many fields? I don't know. It's multiple fields and multiple strengths of fields. So we are not only transitioning the various fields, but we're also transitioning the various energy states. And then in between these fields are energy transfer states. So we are transitioning those fields as well. So when we look at the basic creation of cells in our body and the basic creation of amino acids, which we have, which are the building blocks of life, we find that these two red legs on the phospholipids are the building blocks of amino acids, and they combine to make phospholipids, which gives them a hydrophilic head and a hydrophobic tail. And it is this water loving and water avoiding characteristic between oil and water that makes our bodies capable of being in form artifact as our body is, with eyes, ears, nose, hands, and toes, and all the organs and everything. So, but overall, there's an inside, there's an outside. And we see that there are various levels. And so the magnetical, in this case, is in the center, and the gravitational is on the outside. Either way, we have to transition. So we know that these phospholipids encapsulate the cell. They are the boundary of the cell. So within the cell, we have a gravitational condition, but these cells are within our body. So collectively, all the cells in our body create a gravitational condition. The energy transfer from inside to the outside of the cell is called intracellular communication. The transfer of energy from cell to cell is intercellular communication. It is the success of this communication which leads to a healthy body. And we, like our plants, are in a range on this earth. And so this earth, as we said, has a magnetical gravitational representation. And you say, well, okay, so we're kind of like the plants. So we have a gravitational thing. Oh, no, we have something else. And that's an aura. And that aura is our magnetical representation. Excuse me. It's a magnetical representation of our gravitational condition. Too much talking coming from this side. It is our ability to maintain this gravitational magnetical representation in a maggrav condition that allows us to travel on this planet. And the area of reference is within a range. And that range is from the surface of the Earth, or we can even go below the surface of the Earth, to the magnetosphere, and maybe a little bit beyond. That's our range. That is the plasma transition range that we are operating in on this planet. But that's not the way the universe works. The universe has a plasma interaction, all things in common, all things in combination. There's a magnetical and gravitational pushing and pulling, and the balance of which is a maggrav condition. And the substructure of this maggrav condition is matter, antimatter, and dark matter, each of which is at a different plasmatic field strength. And the combination of these magnetical gravitational field strengths is individually a maggrav condition at a certain plasmatic field strength, collectively a magnetical gravitational balance, MAGRAV condition, and the manifestation of which is determined by susceptibility, and there is no rule that says that it has to manifest into physicality. So we can have a plasmatic manifestation without manifesting into physicality. We can never manifest physicality without having a plasmatic interaction. So the plasma rules are higher strength feeds the weaker strength, and the strength of flow is determined by field strength and is determined by the order of magnitude. So we understand the direction of energy flow. It goes from state to state, or it goes within the state. And the susceptibility is determined by its magnetical gravitational relationship or its gravitational magnetical relationship. We start with principal matter. It's an energy pack, creates a force field interaction. We have a substructure of antimatter, dark matter, and matter, the balance of which creates a MAGRAV. So the magnetical field involves attraction and repulsion. So we start with a magnetical field, we create a gravitational field, we create a soul in the center. There's a giving and taking. Energy is always in motion. And then once we create this MAGRAV condition, then there's a giving and taking to other plasmatic conditions, whether it be a field strength, whether it be a plasmatic energy level, or whether it's a plasmatic dimension. As far as the cups of life are concerned, we had two interactions, and one we said was emotional, and one we said was physical. When we look at the MAGRAV condition within the cup and how it was created, we had a nano-coated copper coil in the center, a zinc plate on the left, a copper coil on the right. We understand there's an infinity loop of interaction going both ways. So we know that the nanocoat is the higher strength. So some way it goes to the physical zinc plate, and some way it comes back. The byproduct, of course, is a GANS. And once we have the GANS, now we have, two plasmatic fields. Is this going to manifest into physicality? Well, the kind of physicality it probably comes together in is a CO2 GANS. So once we have this star formation happening, we can begin the building of amino acids. And when we know we have the amino acids, now we can do water. And so water is the essential solvent on this planet. Amino acids are the building blocks of life. Wow, so a whole lot of stuff going on in this cup. And there's the one cup and there's a second cup. And that cup is a physical cup. And we only changed one thing. We went from a zinc plate to a copper plate. Otherwise, everything else is the same. However, each one creates a MAGRAV condition, but collectively they come together. But there is a relationship, and the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. So therefore, the emotional is the higher strength. The physical is the weakest of all strengths. So that's easy to sort out. So the emotional is the gravitational taker, and the magnetical is the physical giver. And when they work together, the emotional and the physical, they create a field dynamic. And so we have a gravitational condition in the center. And then we added a third cup, and this we call the cup of soul. And this involved nano-coated zinc coils and nano-coated zinc plates. And then we had a relationship. And we're not certain how that relationship was working, but what we do know is that the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. So we know that the soul is higher than the emotional, and we know that the emotional is higher than the physical. So we have a direction of flow, and we have a center point, which is the soul. But because we have two cups and each cup has its own dynamic, and we're considered the horizontal people because we have the ability to walk vertically like the plants, but we also have the ability to lie down, and so we're both. But the thing is, we have each condition has an individual soul. So now we understand that the magnetical gravitational soul component of each of the individual cups is fundamental. And so the three form a condition of a building of a dynamic plasmatic condition. And each one is operating at a field strength that is different. And there's an interaction of forces that are transitioning between each field strength. And the flow is both ways. So, how does that happen? And this is missing something, isn't it? And that's something that we need to discuss in the future. What we're seeing is that when we're looking at the stairway to heaven, it's going the wrong way. It doesn't go up, it doesn't go down, it goes in. We are stable, we are complex, we are gravitational, our soul is within us. So that is the third cup. That's what we have. The difference between physical plasma and matter state plasma. Physical plasma, you can touch it and see it. Plasmatic matter state, you cannot touch it, you cannot see it, but you can sense it. The reason for that is because now you're incorporating energies at a totally different field strength, total different energy. So when we define plasma, simple thing, plasma is a kind of energy state. What kind of energy state? I don't know. It all depends on where you're operating and who you're talking to, I guess. But one thing is for certain, on the lowest energy strength, we get away with ethics because we have a delay in consequences. When you get into the plasma state, that doesn't work. That breaks down. That becomes a failure. Ethics involves morality, compassion, and courage. And these are the fundamental building blocks of creation. So in order to create this boundless energy, which we call creation, the faster we blend with the ethos of the universe, the faster we will have access to the universal energies. And it happens to be our attitude is so self-serving that we are self-serving at the expense of others. This is when we say energy binding and we say that that's creation, that's okay. But this is extreme. We have an extreme binding of energy, and that causes a big hurt for this planet. It causes a big hurt for the individuals on this planet, and it causes us to be in a quarantine, which is the sickness that we're having here. And all through history, you can see that we've always had war. And so what that means is that I will take at your expense. And if you don't like it, well, then I will kill you. That has to stop because that violates the universal ethos. And that's why when we think now that we're at the gates of hell, well, yeah, we are. But we can turn our backs not on the advanced science, turn our backs to where we were and look to the future, where through self-serving at the enhancement of others, now the energy flows. Now the energy flows not only within the zone that we operate in, but it flows plasmatically to various other energy states. This is the dynamics of plasma transition. That's what we're talking about today. And that's what we have to do. We have the gravitational aspect within us because we are plasma beings. We just have to understand that our preoccupation with the emotional and physical satisfaction on this planet makes us earthbound. The emotional and physical satisfaction in space could also be limiting. We have to look at another universal language, plasma bound science. This involves the restoration of the emotional and physical vitality that we have. So the manifestation of this vitality comes from the plasma science. It doesn't come from the physical science. That is the plasma science. That is the way it works. And so when we look at our point of view, then we see, hey, between the creation and the origin of the universe, there is a link. And so if we take a look at the cover of book number 2, we see, hey, there were limitations on our physicality. And clearly, where we're coming from is the same as where we're going to. And clearly, we understand that it's a two-way street. All we talked about today was the transitioning from one to the other and the transition from our earthbound to our spacebound state. So now we understand there's a soul, we have a source, and there's a link between that. So that link is the same as we have a link with this planet, as a link we have with our family and our friends and our community and our source. It all operates the same way. And this is what we're trying to show with the exhibition in Austria, where we have shown the material enhancement unit and the body enhancement unit. And we have shown non-tangible plasma and tangible plasma and the ability to transition between both. So when we look at the physicality of the material side and we look at the source and it goes through various plasma fields, that is plasma transition. And that is the message that we need to deliver to this planet. But we need to do this in exchange for peace on Earth. And that's where we are. We are the messengers of peace and friendship. Thank you very much for listening to this. Over to you, Mark.
Well, thank you very much, Alex, for an insightful teaching. I still have that problem with magnetical being negative. Magnetical is a giver. And I guess it's just a charge, but it's just the way let me get the background here.
It's not just a charge, it's a charge in motion.
But it's just the connotation of giving should be positive, taking should be negative. And things work opposite in the plasma world. As we know, the stronger feeds the weaker, which is diametrically opposed to the way most of us think.
Sure, and that's, you can blame the electrical industry and the automotive industry. I mean, you know, when you boost your car, I mean, that's what you're doing, right? So it's your point of view. But again, we have the same problem with the banking thing. You know, when you put money into the bank, that's a deposit for you, but it's a liability for the bank. So it all depends on which way you're looking at it. So this is a fundamental rule of the physics. And so when we say fundamentally that, you know, the higher feeds the weaker, but we see that there's an infinity loop. How does the weaker feed the higher? Okay, so this is why we have to transition through various fields. And what we have not really recognized when we're talking about the plasma science, we're always looking at the same thing. It's like you look at your house and you say, well, that's my house and it's one big room. No, it's not. You have a bedroom, you have a living room, you have a kitchen, you have all these various rooms. All of these rooms in combination are considered as part of your house. So When we're talking about plasma, we have to understand that the energy is flowing all over the place all of the time. So just because we have consumed something doesn't mean that that energy stays in. It'd be just going back to the same thing. I'm sorry to repeat. You buy a car and you pay the money. So then you'll have the car. If you look around, you're going to see that money on the table. And then what, you're going to go walk to the table and say, hey, you know, I'm going to take that money and give it to somewhere else. No, it's gone. That money is gone. It's the same with the energy. It's gone. Energy comes, energy goes. The only energy that we recognize is the energy that is bound within our Magrav condition.
Would anyone else like to ask a question? And as we can see with the 5 cups, we're making things in the matter state, but we're moving. And in the cup of food now, the cup of the universe, it's not only for us to feed here, it's also for the universal community, apparently, as I understand it.
Mark, can I bring something to your attention, please? And I'd like some other people may come into this. There's a lot of confusion with the cup of food. I didn't want to discuss it as part of the class. And the reason for it is because there's an implication that it comes from the 5 cups. It does and it doesn't. The food cups are all soul cups. They're different. So the food cup all works on one plasmatic field strength on the soul level.
You mean the soul of matter, the soul of the vertical, the soul of the horizontal?
That's right.
And so on. Yes, we're going to be interacting with souls of things rather than the physical manifestation themselves, as I'm understanding.
You got it. Very good, Mark. I give it A+.
Now I just have to do it. But apparently it comes with the package, and it's something that's never been developed, never even been explained to us. And I know at the Lintz exposition, he had the vertical cups made, the 5 cups, the horizontal cups, and also the cup of matter, the cups there, I believe. Now, you would stand in the middle of that on a nano-coated circle, and you would interact. And I was just thinking that the cup of food, and again, Mr. Kesh said it's up to you. We're not going to show you how to do it or how to wire it and so on. But wouldn't you be that center soul? Why would you make another cup of a soul when you already have the soul of the man within you? And you'd interact with those other 3 cups around you in the star formation, just as at the Lintz exposition, where you'd stand in the middle of those 3 5 stackers.
So you are sitting in the middle of the interaction of the fields.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the point, that you create the condition that what this you create receive from the space, whatever you create, and you put yourself in between these fields and you collect what you get. And that's why Mr. Cass said, man will feed from what he leave behind.
No, but just amazing that we can also take the fields of the universe and use them. I mean, that just sounds so, in a way, preposterous.
You need to create this
Interact
point
mm-hmm.
of needing That means you create a point of energy which is weak enough to receive from the universe. And in that, when this point receive, you put yourself in between this field, you receive that.
And since you're very good with the hands, Jalal, in the last workshop you saw where Mr. Kesh said to put your hand in between the ganses and ask for something depending on what the ganses are. And you will create that right within your hand. If it's meant to serve, if it's meant not to serve, then you'll end up with nothing and shame in your hand, he said.
Any creation, any thought, this is energy field. If you hold to this energy enough to make a real connection to receive, because you, even if you are small, you give. That giving, that means you create this energy field. Then you will receive. So simple. But we need to learn. That's all.
You're right, Jalal. Humbleness is the key.
Would anyone like to ask a question? And there are no questions that are dumb or stupid or anything like that. So don't feel you'll be mocked or put down for bringing up a question that you don't understand.
There is a question from Light.
Would you like me to read it?
Yes, please.
Jalal, how do you make yourself lower to receive?
Okay, let me put you in condition. You are in the desert. There is nothingness there. Nothing. No food, no water, no nothing. So what you will do?
I'll start digging a hole under the ground.
And there is nothing.
For protection. Although the desert does get very cold at night.
The meaning that you need this water or this food or this shelter or whatever or protection for survive. So if you put yourself in this condition as an actor, Mr. Cass said, be an actor. Create a condition without action. You know, we interact with whatever because we're used to that. So why don't we create this interaction without the real subject? So we can cry without something to make us cry. We go happy without something to make us happy. We go also sad without anything make us sad. So you create this condition. In that case, whatever you create, it will not be as a result of interaction between two fields, outside and inside. So you are the creator of this condition. Imagine you are in the desert, there is no food, there is no water, there is nothing, and you need. So in this case, you are creating this thought. This thought is an energy. It's very weak because you need it. So that means you are asking, and when you ask, you shall be given. That means you create something. But if you say, no, I have everything here, I can eat from here, I can steal from here, I can go drinking water from here. So you are strong. So you don't need this energy because you are strong and you have everything. So why they give you?
So the three reactors within us, in combination with the fields from the universe, can cause the creation to happen. Is that correct?
You know, yesterday I was listening to some teacher. He speaks about uh, three or um, five words, and this word interaction between this words, it give you more than 1,000,000 and 1,100,000 or what combination.
Combinations, yes.
So you think you are only three reactors? You have trillions of cells inside you. You who anchor yourself for something. There is no limit for what you can do. Absolutely, there is no limit. That's why Mr. Cash teaching us how to be humble, because outside there is no matter state. There is only fields. And who say you are outside is a weak field? You have learned so much here of this creation. So he's teaching us to be really humble, because there is outside entities which need our help. They are going the same process what we gone through. So they help us and we help them.
No question, we're here to serve the fellow humanity, but as well as to serve the universal community.
Identify humanity. It's everything. All the entities is one. And if you really understand the last teaching, really understand the last teaching, oh my God, you will not sleep. Because if you die, you leave behind your body. My friends, your body, it will spread all over the world. In 1 year, in 1,000 years, in 1,000,000 years, it will spread all over. And every cell, it is in the plasma. So you will receive back from this plasma. Is it positive or is it negative? It will add to you or it will take from you. So this is your choice. You think you go and you will join another plasma, beautiful plasma. In 1,000 years, you see yourself, you have nothing, because what you left behind is taken from you. Or in that case, you elevate also in that place, because what you left behind is always adding to you, because you are connected to it. A real thing to think.
Yes, it's almost too overwhelming to think we can work with fields alone and have something appear in the matter state, but it's not. It's all part of the progress. And you can see where Mr. Kesh has, over the years, as the video we just showed, is moving all in that direction, all towards the soul level. Even in the cups, he said, there'll be no material in the cups in the future.
You know what?
Created all from fields.
Can I teach you something you will learn from Mr. Cash so quick?
Sure.
Okay. When you listen to Mr. Cash, Don't listen for 1 minute or 2 minutes or 3 minutes. Just listen for 10 seconds. Cut it for 10 seconds. And you say what he wants to tell me, it is in the first words. So every 10 seconds, go to the first words. The key is there. He's always putting there. But because you are waiting for the key, that means you are not noticing what you are hearing. You think he will tell it in the next 5 minutes or the next 10 minutes or in the next session or in the next season or in the next year. But he is already given to you I'm telling you, every 10 seconds. Just listen 10 seconds and stop it and analyze what you heard. If there is nothing, go to the next 10 seconds. If there is nothing, go to the third, like this.
How did you get this?
Why? I laughed my head up because in a way I find so many things in the last sessions.
And
Jala, could you expand a little bit more about the things you say when we die, uh, the cell of the body spreads around the world, and then we have a kind of connection to the soul, and this kind of connection is taken from our soul. Is that correct?
Yes,
Really?
because look, who is the creation of this soul? It is the matter state. It is your physicality.
Yeah, at the beginning.
Yes. So this beginning create a soul, and this soul will leave this body out and it will travel, or it will stay here until find equal to its plasma, and then it will join again. But this soul, she left or he left something behind.
Okay.
This is the connection. Like us, when we go, we will go out from Earth, but we still connected to Earth wherever we go.
Yeah, from the
So
magnetic.
we will receive from Earth, and Earth will receive from us. Mark,
yes,
can you please bring 339 teaching?
you'll have to give me a minute or two.
Yes, and I will give you the stamp.
You said 339?
Yes.
Well, Jala, you mean all the people who died previously is keeping feeding the planet? Are those people feeding the planet back?
Anything come out from this planet, it will come back to it. In one of the teaching, Mr. Cass said, even what you call aliens, which was here before us millions of years, they are outside in the universe, they will come back to be buried in Earth. And he said, if some of you remember, it's better to this body to be buried in the place which is born in maximum 1 hour from the death time. So he said that's why you see a lot of these entities come back. Timestamp, I think it's 2 hours 24 minutes.
Could you repeat what you just said about the soul and the connection and coming back?
You are created out of this earth.
Okay.
Whatever you have is created out this earth. The information, the knowledge, the extra energy, it came to you from the universe. This is 2 hours 24 minutes.
2:23:58.
Go 2:23. It's better. That we will understand more. Just listen for this 2-3 minutes, please.
And again, he doesn't give us everything. He says, I teach and you show. For example, in the reactor group before the 358th workshop, Mr. Kesh came in. And later on, and I don't know where he said it, I was looking for it, but I couldn't find it. He said, I put a secret into that workshop of the reactor group. And if you listen for it, somehow, if you're not connected, you'll just pass by it. It'll just be like a regular sentence. But if you're looking for it, you may discover it. So we're going to take that up, I think.
That's the 339th on the screen?
I think if you understood.
Excuse me. 3:39 at 2 hours and 23 minutes. Shall we listen? And Jalal can come back in, and
Not the one Thursday.
that was 3:59.
Yeah, that's what I was checking with you.
Jalal, you did say 3:39, yes?
Yes, yes. Go ahead.
So this, as you understand that different herbs can extract different fields, even in the field of strength of the protein which the body needs, one does not need to kill any more animals. One does not need even to destroy a plant. The time of killing is over, if you understood this. The time of destroying is over, if you understood. This is how we will feed you in space. Let me explain to you how you're going to be fed in the deep space. This is Earth. You're here. And this is the center. In putting a weaker strength of the Earth atmospheric condition products here, in establishing a lane of transfer of energy we feed you without you doing anything. You feed by position.
Can you stop? So you don't need to go to deep space. Opposite the situation. Now you are on Earth. Make the condition what you need from the universe and put yourself in the middle. You will receive what you want. One drop. Do you remember, guys? One drop. Do this drop will feed you? No, this one drop it's very weak, that the whole universe, the same plasma, it will give to this one drop.
And these are like the feeding rooms he talked about, where people will just go in, they'll take what they need. When they feel satisfied, they'll come out. If they feel hungry in 2 hours, they can go back in and absorb more energies.
How many times you have been eating a food all the time, but because you don't consider, so it goes. Now when you eat whatever you eat, first you thank this energy source, because now it's part of you. Second, you remember the taste, you remember the order, you remember everything, this feeling. Remember it. Now you put it in the special closet, that when you need, you just remember this situation, you will be fed. Do you need a box of ganses to create? And you are, how many boxes you can do?
But actually, Jala, have you made any kind of test of it? Did you have? Did you notice in your daily testing and checking and doing stuff? What did you notice?
It's the same, this teaching of Mr. Cash. We think that we will receive, but we are already received it.
Oh well, I tell you what. I tell you what. Um, Mr. Cash, some time ago, talked about China. People from China start feeding themselves by drinking possible water, and maybe we don't notice anything because we keep in feeding ourselves with other kind of with almost food, and we don't going through the fasting, and then we can understand without stop eating something. Maybe we just put ourselves in that kind of condition, in the kind of without stop eating. Is it that way?
Why you need to stop eating? Just 1 second. Why? There is a purpose. Yes.
Otherwise, I can understand. I'll because I need to understand before. If I keep in going eat food, how can I understand if that kind of physics working on my body? I can't understand.
Well, I can say if you make the cup of man, which is cup one and cup two in that configuration, and you then take the cup two and you spray as much as you want on your feet, and you take the cup one and you spray as much as you want or like on your head, your face, it definitely curbs the appetite. And
You
I've done
see,
that. And
you
maybe it's only,
you
I've actually given it to a friend of mine, but it didn't seem to have the same effect. I'm thinking maybe because of the fact that I made the cup and it's linked to me.
yes, of course it is. You've done this test?
Yes. And I've also, just the other day, I took one of my cats and I sprayed the cup two on four paws and the cup one on the head. Now the cat didn't respond. And of course, it went right over to the food dish. But I was going to ask Mr. Kesh, I'm sure it's applicable. A cat cannot make a cup of man or a cup of cat. But if you try that, you will definitely see. I mean, I can't guarantee it, but again, I'm just relating my experience and what I've found happening. And again, because we're so physical, he said, you have to build these cups, the cup of food and so on. But later on, we're going to transition into the full field effect with nothing in the cups, with all done through the fields of the plasma, with your plasmas in your reactors, and you're interacting with the fields of the universe where you can take and give. And again, just my understanding.
Good
Hello,
day.
Jalal. I'm sorry.
Don't
Is Jalal there?
Yes.
Yes, I'm here.
Jalal, do you remember the day before you, the information was that the day before you realized this? Before, do you remember the day that before this information came to you?
Yeah.
Where in a way your interaction with the amino acid kind of uploaded that information to you, so to speak?
Okay, let me tell you. When I was in Linz, when I went to Linz, a lot of things, it's,
No, not at Linz. I mean, like 7 years ago, 7 years ago.
No, but he's
When,
going to tell a story about
oh, okay.
Linz. Let him finish, please. Thank you, Stephen.
look, I have a knowledge of this plasma, but normally as you, as anyone else going to this knowledge, when I went to Linz, everything was really clear. And when something you have an idea, but there is you cannot see the border of your idea, and the small finishing of it. In Linz, it was really it's in 4K. Whatever you think there, it is in 4K. Whatever you want to remember, it's amazing. Just ask the people there. Whatever question I found, it's there. It's there. I do not need a lot to think about. It was very clear because of the plasmas there. So when I came back here, I start to think in the field really. And also I always say think in the plasma, think in plasma, but also me, I am also going to the meta state and how can see this interaction. Once you drop that out, take out the boxes, take out the ganses, just think only in the interaction. And what is the, what they call byproduct? What is the outcome? CO, a zinc plate and nano-coated copper, don't look to the nano-coated copper or a zinc plate. You have two plasmas, what it will come out from it, and how it will be benefit for me. But we used to see, we used to hear, we used to touch, and this will not go away so easily.
Right. We're going to gradually lose the desire to eat.
But one thing more, whatever in that box, it will still connected to the nano-coated copper plate and the zinc plate, because it came from Never forget that. You make, let's say, a CO2, and you went to do something with it. In a way, it is connected to you because you done it in your hand, with your plasma, with your energy, and also is connected to the matter state. It's not anymore you come and do and finish. And I cannot open it anymore because unfortunately this is public teaching.
Well, my point was, Joel, can you remember back to when it was not 4K, but it was just analog to you, where you had to, this was for just in a way for people that are struggling in the beginning, and what you needed to do to taste the banana, or what you needed to do to sort of get that information through the amino acid. I was just trying to, if you can go back to that point where it was just analog to you, this is a cup, this was, these are parts and things like that. And how, obviously we've advanced to this stage that we're at now after all these years. And the drawing on the screen kind of shows that to us. In a way, it's all the information. It's like you added a program to your computer. You added this information to your database.
Yes.
And how it came about, analog, in an analog way. But now we're talking about obviously 4K digital information transfers, and how some people,
yes,
right?
Yes, let it update itself. It will update itself. You know why? Because you allowed it. That's all. Allowed. Let go what you know. Every time, I'm telling you, just when you listen to Mr. Cash, just listen 10 seconds. And then in your mind, in your thought, that he always saying, if you want to know what the people want to do with you, listen to the first words. So do it also with yourself. When you listen to Mr. Cash, if it's 10 seconds or 30 seconds or 1 minute, it's up to you, because you who is listening and you who will understand from it. And stop it, whatever the time is. Analyze what he said. It makes sense. I found so many things, but in a way, I am one-man show.
What helped me to understand this was to understand when you put food in your mouth, what your body is actually doing with that food. And all it's doing is extracting the magnetical gravitational energy package out of that food. It starts at one end of the tube and comes out the other end of the tube. Your body is such a fine-tuned nuclear reactor that it has that ability. None of the food actually goes into your body, only the energy package. But we have to kill to do that. So rather than killing, which is prohibited in space, we learn to absorb the fields directly.
And also, Mark, this also what you eat, it is the weaker point of this creed, because it's the physicality of it. It's not yet even the higher source. So why I want it? Why I eat it?
He said we can eat it if you want to in the future for the luxury of it, but eventually we'll stop.
Why don't you think that, okay, I will eat this banana to elevate this banana to be part of me? She will be very joyful to give its energy, the full energy to you. Because now there is a meaning of her existence. This is the purpose of her existence. that she share her energy with another intelligent plasma. This is what we will do in the space. You will share your plasma with another plasma. You cannot create a creation only you, unless you are able and capable to hold to your gravitational field.
So you never heard the banana screaming?
No, she will be singing for you.
I think that's an excuse. I look at the cow and I say, I see you on my table. I don't think that's the right approach.
So Jalel, for the point that I guess I was going to try to make is that for all those out there that want to maybe go from analog to digital, the when you make the cups and you create the amino acid, that's a different amino acid that's been available to everyone until now. And so that it's kind of like an upgrade. You upload that information that gives you the ability to change that 80-20 to 85-15. And so that's why a lot of times the first time people interact with the amino acid, either through their fingertips or however, are struck with this change, or it affects them in a different way. At that, all of a sudden they have the energy. It's like to me, it's like an information upgrade, because throughout our lives we'd never had experienced. Well, most of us would never experience an interaction with it, and when we created it, we created the condition so that now we could go from that analog to digital.
Hold to that. You are making the condition. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. When you see the amino acid, now this strength of the amino acid, in which level? Tangibility. That means it is in the weakest state.
But at the other end of the spectrum, you have the inertia of the plasma and not the inertia of the matter state. That's the transition. See, that's what bridges the gap.
The gap is already bridged when you are creating it.
Yes, but it's the interaction, the physical interaction that still needs to, I believe, take place.
You want to see it. This is the thing. What I was always looking for, to see. But now you are working with the fields you do not see. You need to believe.
And it doesn't,
because you are already created. How many times you want to create?
And it does seem like as we move farther ahead into the cups without any plates or any salt or any water, there'll be no amino acids there, will there be?
There is nothing such a thing. Look to the teaching, last teaching.
Jalal.
He went to a creator, to a reactor without any element, without any matter.
Well, yes, there are elements, I think, in there, but you're creating them, the fields of those elements, with your emotions and intentions, in combination with your reactors and the fields from the universe.
I cannot explain anymore. Sorry.
Well,
excuse me, Jalal.
Go ahead.
Excuse me. I want to ask you something. Do you remember a long time ago when we start playing with the three finger, the thumb, the index, and the middle finger, by face each other in different shape? What did you get from this? Because we do not expand too much on it, but this is play with the fields. This is play like a reactor ball, and then this is another way to create fields, isn't it?
Yes,
Did you did you still play with it?
yes. And now I went. I think I want to mimic the 5 cups with the fingers, and
Yeah,
it was a huge interaction, huge information.
because I keep it doing this. I keep testing this kind of way of feeling plasma because it's very strong. You can feel how stronger become by playing and increasing the distance between the hand and but I because I never go into the private teaching because this kind of stuff is they Mr. Cash talk in a private teaching and but you mentioned this just one time and I never forget from that time I keep on trying different shape and different way to do this and could you expand on it because maybe this is one of the way to do this instead to make up and things and isn't it
You know, in your cup, you can put as many entities as as a material and salt and whatever and conditions as much as you want, and this create as much as you want from plasma. Why don't you think that this finger also can do that? So interaction between one finger and another finger, it is interaction of plasmas. So how I will be benefit from it? How can I apply it to,
exactly
to my creation? You are the creator. Think this your hand, your fingers, whatever you inside you is your creation. You can do whatever you want with it. But there is a small part only that you knowing. That's all. You don't need anything else. Only knowing. How you know? It's with this what we are these tools. When you see the interaction between 2 cups, and this interaction can manifest itself as matter state, as before, Better he made the matter state from it, and then okay, these two reaction, so and so and so. One is in level of joy, one in level of sadness, because don't forget, Mr. Cass said, joy is like electron, sadness is like positron. So how can I interact these two? How I can create without anything to make me joy because I will give it to him. No, I will give it to myself. So I will keep my power. I will keep this energy source. If now I am speaking to Mark, I am giving to Mark and Mark giving to me. But if I imagine that I'm speaking to Mark and he make me happy, he make me joyful. Now there is no Mark, it's only me. So the field, 99% of this field, it stay to interact. It will not go to Mark. This is how he said, be an actor. And you see, the actor, he can manifest whatever he want to play in the second, because he's He's learning. He's practicing. You need to practice that all the time until you can manifest. Reactor you have, what you want more. Salts you have, minerals you have, materials you have, condition you have, knowledge you have. What you need more?
A wish?
You need to wait 14 days, or you can create. Be. It will be.
With the wish. If it's
Have a-
correct and if it's
Have a faith.
served.
Have a faith that you can create and it will be create. But hold to what you create, because now you are responsible for that. So create something for the others, for any entities. Go to the outside. The most beautiful entities, that's the plants, because the plants working with fields. They are not working with eating and drinking and all of that. Go and create with them, because they are working with fields.
Randy says in the chat, I have a video of my cat putting his paw in cup 1 plasma water and licking it over and over again. I took that as a message that he wanted the plasma water. So now his dish is 50% cup 1 plasma water. Maybe the other horizontal people understand it a little better than we do. So yes, and this will apply to health as well. Besides feeding, you can't take the doctors and you can't take the food. Alex, yes, please share a screen if you'd like to.
Thank you, Mark. Okay.
We see the pink flower.
I hope you're able to see the cup of soul.
Yes.
Anyone not named Jalal?
I will not speak.
Oh, because you know the answer to this. What's missing? What's missing in this picture?
The fields of the universe.
Okay, let me put the fields of the universe in there. I can put some fields of the universe in there. How am I going to do this? I'm going to put a field of a universe in there.
Jalal, can you put some fields of the universe in there? He's very good at annotating.
There's one. How's that?
Fine. Now what's missing, you're going to say?
Well, I said that in the beginning. Okay, so, Cadillacs and Mercedes Benzes and Lamborghinis don't count, okay? Neither do horse-drawn carriages. We're talking about the cup of soul. We have 3 cups. We have an emotional cup, a physical cup, and a soul cup. And so we have dynamic plasma fields that are interacting. And what's next?
Do we stand in the middle of it?
You could stand in the middle of it, but these are not man-sized cups. You know, you're probably looking at maybe 20 centimeters across.
Well, why wouldn't that be enough? I think it would be.
Well, you've been on a diet. Someone was drawing something. Was that Ballas?
Alex, he will put his nose in the middle.
He put his nose in the middle. Well, okay. So it's in the middle, of course. We need to put something in the middle.
Who is Zod in the chat? He's not a
Excuse me?
regular. Who is Zod? Z-O-D.
Okay, ZOD, can you announce yourself to us? We like to know who's here with us, if that's okay with you. I don't see, you said ZOD?
Last one. Z-O-D.
Under the Raphael.
Hiding at the bottom.
Oh yes, right above Raphael, Teixeira. Zod, can you open your microphone and just let us know your name and where you're from? Thank you, Yvonne.
You're welcome.
Zod has a picture there. And if not, let's just continue on.
Okay, Ballas, what happened to your drawing?
I take it out. You want to put it again?
Well, you put something in the middle, but you didn't tell us what you were doing.
Okay, you are drawing a cup of soul, which means nano everything zinc, nano coating. You have in the left bottom the scope of physicality, because everything is copper, I see, in the red.
Yeah.
And the right side, it's a cup, one cup, one life, which means cup number 2 of this 5. It's a cup of soul of physicality. And now I try to draw, because you have, this is more, is number 1, let's say. This is number 2. The physicality is number 3. You have the dynamism in the,
right,
let's say, bottom. But in the middle, you create the totality of interaction between these 3 and what is beyond.
Right. What
and
is it?
This of universe, what you are drawing in, it interact with, I don't know if you want to put in also the Earth, solar Earth here. You have also to the universe here, and soul of universe.
Yeah.
Creating again.
Yeah, I know we could put Brazil, Italy, and Asia in there too. What is that in the middle?
Let's say, I don't want to say the soul of 3 souls of men. Me, like a entity, like a.
You don't want to, or you do want to?
It's what is interact the soul free plasma achieve between from my 3 souls, 3 plasma, let's say.
Right.
Because I think it's in the way you're thinking, it's the plasma. in the
Yeah.
cell, because I want to review a little bit what you are saying previous.
Oh, gee whiz, Ballas, how long you been with the organization?
2015.
Dan, don't
Yes.
chicken out. Speak it, speak it. You are right. Go ahead.
15, but this is not important. What time I watching?
No, I know, but seriously, you have 3 fields coming together. Okay, so you created a plasma condition, right?
More or less, because it's not only. This is, let's say, inside the seas of plasma. But you have also under the green, you have the outside of fields, the boundary.
That's the magnetic mode.
Where you can say it's outside of this boundary of this plasma create between these 3.
Yep.
You create the gradient from this point of view. When you say create the state of matter, of manifestation of matter, I
Well,
think
not
in that
necessarily, not necessarily.
I think in that moment, inside in the seas of plasma in center, you have the plasma, you have the field and plasma.
Yeah, so that's your gravitational.
Outside of boundary is not important if it's magnetic or gravitational. You create one plasma. It's how it's allowed in the other plasma to be. It's like in the cell, you have the membrane of the cell. Every cell have the soul. The totality of
okay.
The totality of soul, the
Yes.
cell creating one soul common. Let's say.
That's right.
Totality.
That's correct.
Always you have inner, let's say the middle, and outside. You are always between the between the plasma. Inner, out, or bigger, smaller. You have certain range of different fields creating between something upper and something down. And I think in the manifestation of matter, you are staying in the field of seas or field of plasma. You are already in state of plasma because Mr. Keshewan is saying about cups. When you have the nano coating, you are already not in the matter state. You are already in the plasma state.
Are you looking for the word vortex, Alex?
So we have 3 components: magnetical, gravitational, and soul. So when you have a plasmatic condition, each one of these cups is a plasmatic condition. So collectively, they are creating a dynamic plasma condition. This is the whole purpose of the class, was to see the fields, not to see the cups. So we have the 3 cups, but though that's in physicality. Each cup is creating a field. Each field is a magnetical gravitational field, and each field has created a soul. So the 3 souls coming together, the soul of the cup of soul, the soul of the cup of emotion, and the soul of the cup of physicality, create a field, a magnetical gravitational field. So in the center there is a soul. And so what you're seeing is a star formation. So, so Ballas, that's the right answer, the soul. You got it. But now I'm going to ask another question. So anyone not named Ballas or Jalal, if the cup of soul has a soul, what is that soul in the middle of these 3 cups?
Can I answer?
Yes. Oh my God. Yes, you will be the first 9. I don't count. Okay, the 10th answer.
We have Stefania from London by way of Italy.
What's the 10th answer? Go. Give us the answer.
Is the soul between the interaction of the 3 soul and the soul of the universe? I mean, this is just my assumption. Can you hear me properly?
No assumption. No, Stefania. no,
Yeah, because when we were in the Mojan, and we were supposed to do the spacecraft between four. As I explained before, there was something started. It was not me, and there was a force coming from underneath, and I start to lift and rotate. So the next day, Mr. Cash explained the rotation was only because I was not straight and the fear. But I remember something took over, something bigger took over. So my question is, what was that? What was the thing that took over?
Yeah, my
So I assume that maybe, sorry, maybe I change word, I don't say assume. What I think is, what I felt that something bigger took over. It felt like we create something together, and that something we created was the combination of the whole. But it was there. I felt it. You know, it happened like in my experience. You know, it happened. So, and also it was coming from underneath, and like I just can maybe the only things I could think of maybe the toroids. You know, the force you showed before from underneath to the top.
That's correct.
But there was something there that make me very light and rotate.
What was
and
that?
change my heartbeat. So
What was that?
for sure, it's not, yeah. Sorry. Can you hear me or?
Yeah, yeah, we hear you perfectly. What was that, Stefania?
Cash never said the next day.
Oh no, what did Stefania say?
Sorry?
What does Stefania say?
Can you repeat, please?
Che dici tu? Che dice la Stefania, non Mr. Cash?
I said that we create a bigger soul. This what felt a bigger force. It was.
Which one was bigger? Which one is bigger?
Sorry, what was bigger?
Yeah, which one is bigger? Do you see the picture? Which one is bigger?
It was the only things I was on the top. I was when this happened, I was the highest. So and they start to make noise. First of all, was like if it was on the back of the throat. I heard this noise, and then the heartbeat changed. This
I know.
energy comes underneath. So I suppose it was. I don't know where exactly. Yeah, there. Yeah. Yeah, this was,
you're cheating.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so okay, so we're gonna say so this is bigger. Do we agree?
I don't understand what you ask me.
Which one is bigger? There are two souls here. Which one is bigger?
You have the soul in the brain, let's say soul of man, and you have the soul of physicality. What is the bigger?
Okay. Yeah. So this is the soul of man. Oh.
No, no. Up in upper part, it's the man. The the physicality in the right, and in the left, it's only the soul of physicality, proper physicality of physicality.
Why is the soul of man bigger, and why is the soul of man in the center?
It's like a sphere in the sphere in the sphere.
That's
You have
correct.
3 plasma, let's say, soul in the brain, soul of totality, let's say totality of man. You have the soul of physicality, let's say in the heart, and you have the physicality, but also is the soul, because it's matter. It's physicality, the manifestation of this soul, these two souls in the matter state, the physicality. And in these 3 reactions, you create like a base in this triangle. I see sphere in the sphere in the 3D, not in the 2D. You create the seeds of soul of, let's say, soul of creation, of creator.
That's correct. Excellent answer, Bellis. Anyone else? I guess I'm putting people on the spot.
So let's challenge that then. Let's challenge it. Let's challenge your thought process then. Rotate the field of view 90 degrees and make the soul the plane and show the elevations of the plasmas. So if you have your 3 base and then you have your center, what's different? What's different about it? Is it just the geometry? Is it just the perspective? But where's the totality? So if you look at it, instead of adding things, take things away. Start taking away the plates and the coils and everything, and instead of progressing with more, progress with less. Instead of being larger, become smaller.
Okay, I think we've discovered a problem here. It can't be any more simple. We either have magnetical, gravitational, or the soul orientation. So which one is bigger? Which one is smaller? Which one has the higher field strength? Let's forget, like you say, let's forget all the components. Let's look at the field strength. Okay, Jalal, answer the question. Go ahead. You know the answer.
No. I will not buy that, my dear. No way. No way. Give chance to the knowledge seekers to answer it.
Okay. Anyone got a timer? Please. Come on, it's an easy answer.
But you know what? I like what Stephen said. It's a good thinker. Now we are thinking in 4K now, my dear.
Just look at the blue dots.
I think the totality is the bigger, the totality.
Well, yeah, of course. And the totality, Stefania, is going to be, I think where's the totality? The totality is going to be part of the universal, way out here. Okay, that looks like Ballas's drawing. Perfect. Look at that. A star formation. Yes. But you've drawn a fifth one. And the U stands for universal. Is that correct, Alice?
Yes, because I don't have the room to make it in 3D because you have
Yeah.
I in the top view now. It's in the top view, and from now I looking, let's say, 3D with the soul of universe putting in top.
Okay, well, this is very good. Anyone have any comments on what Ballas has drawn? Don't take this down, Ballas, okay?
Okay, Balas, what about the sixth one?
Alex, can I say something? Hello, Alex?
Yes, but go
Thank
ahead.
you. Salam, namaste, salute. I want to say that the star formation Balis has, dear Balis has drawn to now, somehow makes us understand this transition time, you know, the detachment to go within towards like vertical, you know, the soul coming, becoming, creating a spacecraft within, as accordingly in the dynamic position, as you said, when the plasma is in dynamic position, as you explained in your teaching, that when we gave the money for a car and the car became the physicality or the magnetic, and you became the gravitational, the thought, the gravity of it. So this is how we can understand in the level of understanding of the positioning of the dynamic plasma. I mean the interacting plasma. So then we can say that the two souls are interacting, and this star formation also can be used to create a spacecraft, or uh, and all the condition you were in on Earth within its field, and you can go to the universal community, to universal energy. So this is how I understand the way
Oh my God.
Balis.
Oh my God, that's fantastic. Fantastic. Thank you so
And,
much.
yeah, oh, thank you. Alex, I also want to thank you, Moshfik. He has taught us also in enhance our soul in the KFSSI Bangla, and I am able to understand and to speak like in this time of transition, you know, in all that is love. So in this way we can exit and detach, in a way, in bringing all the fields, what which were in, as Jalal said, we can take from within. The within become the outside, like the spacecraft, and the physicality became the fields, and we can anytime manifest anywhere in the condition there is. So this is what my understanding is. Thank you, Alex. Thank you for letting me.
Oh, thank you. Excellent answer. And that's great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Beautiful picture, Ballas. So please leave the picture there, Ballas. I have another question. So we have the alignment of the soul of man, the soul of the body, and the soul of the universe. So what is that actually doing to the dynamic plasmatic condition of what we're looking at here? What is the effect that you're getting as a result of aligning these three souls? Is there anybody on the panel who can just answer that question, please?
The small. Dica, Marco, dica.
Ballas, can you repeat?
Oh, yes, I invite Marco to saying what want to say. Verino from Italian group.
I not understood clearly the question. What kind of question about it?
You already answered it before the question. Remember what you said in the beginning.
So let me repeat the question. We have the soul of man, the soul of the body, the soul of the universe. What is the effect on the star formation that you're looking on this picture here? What is the effect?
All your sheep, which means these 3 or 4 souls, our souls, it's attract to universe. The smaller is go into the bigger, the universe. We are flying.
Excellent. Does everyone see that?
At least give him plus.
Well, give him a plus. How many pluses? A plus plus? Okay.
All the plus, all the love, dear Balis. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, can I just, this is very good. I didn't expect it to go this way. Alice, don't mess the picture up. Listen, we talked about plasma transition, okay? So of the 3 souls, the soul of the body is the weakest. The soul of the man is next, and the soul of the universe is stronger still. These are all plasma field state conditions. And the interaction with all of these 3 is plasma transition. Thank you very much, Balis. Beautiful drawing.
Thank we. I don't say the name.
No,
Could
but you,
I add something?
yes, Stefania, please go ahead.
Yeah, because so Mr. Cash taught us go in star formation, go in different level, have a space underneath,
right,
and rotate with each other. Now start. He said to me, "You start in the top, and then we're supposed to maybe me going to another. Maybe see if something would happen. If nothing happened, change position, no."
right.
So I wonder, we all have the totality inside us,
right.
And so to me, at the end, I thought, okay, remind me what Mr. Cash said. It's about the location, the position of where you are.
Stefania,
The position.
Stefania, sorry. When you finish, just let me ask you a question. Huh? When you finish, please.
Yeah. So the position. So it was. I don't know if it was meaningful. The fact I was a woman, there were 3 men. I don't know, and I don't know if the fact happened when I was on the top, like on the highest, but definitely the position. So I thought the position of the element of the different column reactor, different people, or it managed this to happen. So I wonder, plus if I don't know, female energy or male energy, I don't know if this has to do as well. I suppose yes, because maybe the female energy is great. I don't know. Maybe that's why it happened when I was on the top. But the position, I think, it was the key. The fact that we're in different level.
Yeah. So Stefania, generally speaking, the emotional is considered female and the physical is considered male. But the being on top and everything has to do with the range on this planet. So the range on this planet is between the Earth and the magnetosphere of the Earth. So that's why you have an up and a down. But if you're thinking of plasma fields, think of stronger and weaker. So the soul of the universe is everywhere, and our soul is within our body. So there's a connection because we are the connector between the soul of the body and the soul of the universe. So the higher feeds the weaker. So the universe feeds us and we feed our body. We control our body. And so that when the question comes to the feeding, I ask the question, you ask the question, I ask the question, which soul is doing the feeding? So the physicality on this planet is the one that needs the feeding. So it's the soul of the body that is feeding.
But don't you have to feed the soul of the man so it can feed the soul of the physicality?
It's already connected to the soul of the universe. The problems on this planet are the disconnect from the soul of man and the soul of the body. The soul of man already knows all this stuff. The whole purpose of these teachings, especially the knowledge workshops, is because to trigger or to facilitate a connection. The entire knowledge method is by connection. Figure it out. Know the basic rules, and the higher feeds the weaker, but that's an infinity loop. It has to come back. And you have to give first. You can't receive until you give. And the time lapse on this planet takes longer because we have a delay. But in the universe, it's virtually instantaneous. And that's why when you travel through the universe, it doesn't take you 8 minutes to get to the sun. It does in physicality because of the limitations of the speed of light in physicality. But we're operating on different plasma field strengths. So when we operate at a higher field strength on the soul level, we fly. Like Balder said,
Yeah, I
we
mean,
fly.
I have to say that, matter of fact, one thing that triggered was Mr. Cash taught us not to think. He said, when you think, is not it. So somehow we have to be in a state, we had to be in a state when all this happened, we were in a state where of, like you said, soul level, because we were feelings. So you would tell us you have to feel like if you fall in love, the first time you fall in love, you have to create that type of feeling. So that one it was created, that feeling of love. The moment every time I fought, or is one thing stopped or diminished or they vanished. So definitely you have to just kind of it's like something you tap into. But what amazes me was that we were four normal people with all our problems, and sometimes you feel you don't connect or we don't connect, but from my experience, I think we're always connected. It's like it's impossible not to connect.
Exactly.
But the difference is just when you become aware, and when you're aware of this connection, because otherwise, we were no monks. We were not. We didn't do any meditation for years and years and years. We didn't do anything overly special. The things was very simple. star formation, connecting, and attached to feelings and sensation, no thoughts, you know. So and we're pretty normal people, so we know basics skills or something. So that to me says that it's easier than we think, and can be done. Everyone can do it, and you have to just kind of create that condition to be able to do it. But it really, it's like if we are all always connected, but just we're not aware of it. And then when you become aware,
That's correct,
and you talk
Stefania.
to feelings.
That's yes, that's brilliant, brilliant. Now, so A plus, you get an A plus too, okay? So, but the thing what you said was the thought messed things up. You know why? Because the thought was a manifestation. The moment you have a manifestation, you drop down in energy strength, in energy field strength. Do you see that?
Yes, even when I look my hand, they were blue. Me not believing it and looking for proof. I think that's why they become back as they were normal. But Mr. Kaish to us, what do you think first? And I didn't think, it's like I had like, if suddenly out of nowhere, I had the full picture. So remember me say to the other Mojan, oh, I understand everything. But it was like coming from nowhere, kind of. But I think this coming from nowhere there was condition already created by what we were doing for weeks and weeks, and so at the point of you know, when he said when things are created instantly, but when the right time come, it will happen. So you know, so it's just happened. But then me not believing it and really look for confirmation, I think would maybe then stop the change of color. No, so I definitely I felt what you're talking about, that every time we think or feel or look for confirmation, we put ourselves much far away than what we want to achieve. But when we feel and we like an actor, you said, and that is, and you can recreate that feelings, because I could say I was acting, because I remember the way I started. It was just try to pretend I was in love, you know, like when you feel your first love. So, and I have this, was just a coincidence that there was this killing happening in my next where I was sleeping. So that screaming of animal when you're screaming for life is I never heard that noise before, no? And it was all night. By the morning, I thought I'm gonna sleep on the street. I just cannot take this any longer. But then, shortly after, we have to do this, and I was so ready to make a change. I thought I don't want to hear that. That is not. I don't want to. It's not. Cannot be possible to be possible. You know, cannot be possible. This happening, because when you put yourself in on, you know, when I say don't do to others what you don't want to be done to you. So when I'm, you know, just thinking the possibility, maybe in that position. So I was really. I remember I had this wanted to this desire, very strong desire of you know, this unconditional love, but because of I didn't want this suffering. I didn't want. It triggered something in me. Then I was very ready for I wanted to do this, And then only because I was scared, but I said this last time, I think this scared is because I separate myself from, I didn't, not mistrust must be, or not totally unconditional giving, because I think also when you totally unconditional giving, then everything will happen automatically, because when you're totally unconditional giving, you don't fear anything, because you got strength come to you. It's exactly what Mr. Cash said. When you got this strength come to view that more than when you totally giving. It's like you got 3 times more, no? So that strength that come within, that will give you no fear. So me having no fear and trying to stop everything, it just told me, yes, I wanted to give, but it was not totally giving. That's why I stopped it. Also, also fear mean attachment. So it was not totally giving. So that's why the thing didn't work at the end, because it was not an unconditional giving. So I don't know if you happen to you now, guys, that when you work unconditionally, we're all volunteers and we all working hard, no? Each one of us does their best, no? In different ways. And when you had a day where you just, unconditional give, you feel so strong automatically. It's like it happened at the same time. You know, when we talk like you go gravitational and magnetic fields, always two are the same, and you switch from one to the other. So when you totally giving, the switch comes automatically, where you got no fear, you got full trust, you prepared, you got no attachment. All that is one package. Until you don't have that, it's like it's not good to have. For example, I think maybe when we did this, it was 99%. But this is one things where even if you're 99%, that 1% is not there, still not happened. So that 1%, this not there, is more than all 99%. It's one thing where that's why when Mr. Cash talk about totality, because it cannot be 99%, it has to be 100%, full, acquisition giving. So my what I think at the moment, the only reason why maybe we are not there is because we are not ready to be there. And the moment we're ready to be there, we'll be there. It will happen, because we've been giving all of us as much as we can. We do our best, but you have to get that. It's like the field is like a specific radio station number, so you have to get to that. So to have, I don't know if I explain myself.
That was wonderful. I want to thank all of the ones who gave the answers. This went way better than I thought it would go. Mark, what do you think?
I thought she said we're not supposed to think. Just kidding. I think it's very good.
I think you take the plus from her, give her minus.
No, I'm going to give the minus to you.
Yes, it's very beautifully. And the plasma, the minus, what you get.
Oh my God.
What do you think?
This was great. I am so happy right now. This was great.
Excellent.
Perhaps now the cherry to the cake is coming from the Susie. I don't know. I push with open heart, Charlie.
Yeah. Welcome, Susie.
You mean Susie with the deep voice?
Yeah, Susie with the 5 o'clock shadow.
She is a knowledge seeker, only to learn.
Just observing, correct.
Good evening. Well, good afternoon. I'm still a knowledge seeker, and I sit here and watch and listen. It's very nice the way I just joined in the last few minutes. The strongest feeder was discussed was to be the physicality. The strongest feeder always stays the creator. Either way, if you look at it from the physical side or from the soul side, because at the end, they all get fed by him, even the soul of the man. And the soul of physicality does not exist if it wasn't because of the soul of the creator. In essence, the center, the creator of the soul of creator, and the soul of the man and the soul of physicality of the man is the same, is of the same strength. And this is one of the strangest things that we see, and we don't want to accept, because it's at this moment of time is beyond our understanding. So when we talk about which one is the stronger, none is, because they all get fed from the source, even the soul of physicality. And the only difference is at what strength we pull from this source, and in what strength we believe in understanding of it, and how we became to believe in this path of belief. I was explaining to one of the knowledge seekers that the strength of the knowledge, what we have as a creator, comes from Mitra. And tonight in the Iranian culture, we celebrate the birth of Mitra. Tonight is the longest night of the year in the Northern Hemisphere, and is known as the birthday of Mitra, where we start all believing in creator, understanding the creator, without believing in statues and figures and whatever. And if you go back into the ethos of understanding how we became to realize that there is something more powerful than us, something if we are created out of, then we realize in the word of, and what I call in the ethos of Mitra, we all came to understand we are all from the same essence, even the creator. And we say that in the center of the plasma there is the strongest, but that the strongest is common denominator between the atom, the proton, the neutron, the soul of the creator, and the rest of the creation. And the same whenever we look at understanding the power and the soul of the creator, we have to understand how we are made of it. We are, in essence, the source of it. The essence of the creator is within the center of every created plasma energy. Otherwise, we cannot exist. So when we come to speak who is the strongest and who fits what, we have to understand which one of us takes out what the strength from it, not in how we exist or we become the feeder of it. As I was explaining to one of the knowledge seekers, we need, if you understand, to go further,
We need to connect the soul of the man to the soul of the physicality without the interaction or the emotion of the physicality, which is existence of the brain of the man. In a way, the soul of the man continuously feeds the soul of physicality to keep the soul of physicality in existence. And is a stronger, and by feeding it in a way that it guarantees its existence. So what we see as the creation of the brain of the man, or a space gap, what we call transition time of the field forces, is what we take from the interaction of the fields from the strongest. In a way, if we go back like in Corona, as I've explained to the scientists very recently in a medical teaching in Iran, to the leading scientists in the university, what we see as a corona, shape of the corona, is the interaction of the field of the virus with the field of the cell of the man, or the what we call amino acid. If that amino acid wasn't there, the virus cannot show itself. It's like when the fields of the earth and the sun hit each other. It's not just the light, the mountains, everything else is decided by the shape and the form of it. And this is more or less the same. So when we speak about feeding what feeds what, in essence, we all get fed from the source. But we decide what strength from that source we take. The soul of physicality takes the center of the matter, a state of the plasma, in conformation of his existence. The soul of the man takes the strength that guarantees his existence within the structure of the universe. We, if you look at it, our what we call body is the shape of that corona, what we see as a cell. In fact, all the rest is this what we call the factor outcome. We see the protein, which is the soul of the man. We see the soul of the physicality, which is the virus. And the interaction of the two gives us the shape of the man. Always with 2 legs, 2 arms, and if the effects are good enough, you still get 4 or 5 fingers in one hand and 5 toes and the rest of it. And this is what we got to extend our understanding of the knowledge of the creation. Then we mature. As long as we stick to what feeds and who feeds what, with our understanding, we are actually a transformer of that energy. We manifest our existence in respect to interaction of the field. Then this, which package is stronger than the other, has become totally irrelevant. And this is what we're trying to push in the teachings, to show that every cell, every energy, every pack is equal. It's just that what that pack, in respect to the field of the creator, manifests itself in representation of. Then the whole structure of the plasma, understanding of the technology of the creation becomes easy. And this is the ultimate goal of all the teachings. Do not split and say what is what. Split and see what the fields from the creator in reaction or interaction with the field of the soul of physicality allows the soul of physicality to manifest from the balance of the creation. And then in that respect, what does soul do? And with the soul of the man and the soul of physicality, interaction with the soul of the creator, what creates? Because within the structure of every plasma, every atom, every proton, electron is the soul of the creator. In essence, we show our manifestation in respect to its existence at all times. In reference to, we say we only see red color on an object is what that object does reject and doesn't absorb. So is the manifestation of the creation of the every soul. Whatever manifests is what is in respect to the soul of the creator is reacted to and interacted with. Then we understand the condition of the creation of neutron, why it always stays the same. In teachings, in understanding, is the soul to understand. And in a way, with what we see, should not fool us. What we, in essence, we feel in the soul level will bring us the knowledge, the enlightenment. Many of you are in a dilemma. You work, you talk, you see. You want to see your soul, but you cannot because you have not understood the totality of your own creation. You only can see when your knowledge reaches the point of understanding what the soul is and how the soul lives and accepts is what I call the outcome. As long as we analyze in the dimension of the physical life, we're always in trouble. None of you will be ever able to see your soul. It's an impossibility because you are within it. It's within you. And those who want to see their souls, claim to see, to be, we know exactly where they stand. If you listen to many times, I always say, people tell me what they see as a soul, not me. Because you are within, how can you see outside? And we don't have a mirror for the souls to reflect, to show. The same way as we see the body of the man in the physical dimension. The only mirror for us is when we come in touch with another soul and what we reflect in that mirror. The man who expects to see his soul is a foolish man. The man who understands the interaction of his soul with other souls is the man who has reached the wisdom of the creation. In this world of souls, we do not have mirrors for us to look into and see ourselves back. And this is what they say when you see the universal member, you see them from the light of their souls in interaction with us, not with the others.
Mr. Cash, you said that the color of the souls is the same in all. What differentiates the 7 billion souls on this planet? How do they?
Can you repeat that?
How do the 7 billion souls on this planet maintain their uniqueness?
It is not the 7 billion because you're still looking at what I call short end of the stick. 7 billion, 100,000 have died since this morning. And 100,000 has been created more. Is a transition. It's just a count of numbers. What about the whale? What about the dog and the ants? What about the soul of the trees? How many trees have burnt out and died and uprooted today? How many vegetables have you eaten since this morning? Did you cut a rose in the garden? Or did you take a rose from its totality? This is what we see in the essence of creation. And then you travel the depth of the universe. How many souls have been born today in other dimensions and dominions?
But in the universe, you would recognize the soul not by their physicality, but by their
By the lights. You see, if you, I explained this many times, if you look with the eye of the man, you just see what is visible to you. If you put a night vision on, you see more animals you never see during the day. And then the same is if you put the, what I call the universal vision, then you see the soul. It's what you want to see, what you open your eyes to see, what facility do you make to your inner soul for it to see what exists. This is part of this understanding which goes with the life and creation. And this is why we start teaching in the past 2-3 weeks in this direction. You have the choice. We give the man the choice to travel with a donkey to the UFO or to his soul. This is the beauty of the new, what I call cycle. That is not there, that if you are good, you reach it, if you are bad, you miss it. It's there that is opportunity is open to everyone. It's you who decides from now on how to travel the spans of the universe and universe. The choice now is with the man. The choice now is with the created things they decide. How many of you in your time have said, when I come back next time, I want to be a dog or a cat? You can do that now if you understood the knowledge for the transformation of the soul and the mission of the existence. You don't need to stay in the physical dimension of the man anymore. We still strive to do it for those who live in the dimension of physicality, because in the dimension of physicality, you have to keep busy. You have to do something for the physicality to exist, to mature, to expand. In the dimension of the soul, you carry all the knowledge. You can tap into the knowledge of the universe and bring it back and change it into the physicality. Then you become a magician. And the only way you reach this point is to fall in love. Then you understand. Which means you give unconditionally, that you receive what you're short of, not what you already have.
Mr. Kesh,
Yes.
can we agree to disagree?
You cannot disagree with the creator. You can disagree as much as you like.
But in our language, is that something that we should practice?
What do you mean?
Well, you say there's no books and libraries in the universe. There's no laws per se. So if we agree to disagree, in language, don't we respect each other's language and try to find a emotional equilibrium between agreeing and disagreeing, in a way of putting it?
You take a magnet from mixture of any metals, you'll find out that they all react the same in a space gap. They all react to accommodate. There is no language in that sense. So it's the same with the man, or same with the soul of the man, or all the creation. There is no language, it's understanding to accommodate according to the field list. If you put a magnet of pure iron and another one with a mixture of others and pure others, you'll find out when you place it in respect to each other, they all accommodate each other according to the swing. But there is no language barrier for them. How could it be for the man or any other soul? This is what we try to teach. This is what we try to expand the knowledge to.
And with your example of the magnet, both of the polarities, between the two polarities, there exists an equilibrium, a space gap.
Yes, but the only thing is what you're not a magnet till you put in the environment which are other magnets and you see how they're reacting in respect to you and how you react respect to them in distance, gap, and position. And maybe due to multitude of fields which you enter, create motion for you. Or you create motion in them. But in essence, you come to one conclusion. Do magnets have languages? But how do they understand each other and accommodate each other? So shall be the soul of the man, the soul of the creation. All created things accommodate each other that way. Some further distance move a little, some closer move more. We don't have languages, and the soul is a dynamic plasma. It's a dynamic magnetic field. So it does the same. That's why we say in the universe there is no language unless you transfer it into physical dimension. Then you have to find a way to communicate, like a man creates the voice on the pen and the paper. If you go back some years ago, after the passing of Fabio, we showed what we call the sign language for those who understand it. Those who've been around me, they know in certain ways how I communicate with spaceships in space, in a formation of language. We follow the rules. We don't carry the essence. In a way, the way it's done is the sign language to the space, deeper space, is not the way you look at it, you understand it. The soul of the man becomes the beacon, becomes the light. The movement of what we call physical soul in a given position become the transmitter of that signal, what to be. People who've been around me, they have seen me calling upon spaceships, and I get response very rapidly, where my soul is the beacon. I transfer my needs, what I want and what I expect, and what I expect from them to respond. Those who've been close to me, they've seen it many times. Many of what you see as lights in the sky, and it's become this and that, these are just spaceships. Our system don't even pick up. And there is a way to communicate.
Well, the reason I kind of put it in that context is it seems that things come in threes, the three layers of the skin, and the conditions of the plasma, the intermediary and the matter
If you
state.
want physicality, it comes in threes. If you don't want physicality, you don't. When the three layers come in, is the interaction of the two. The third one is the atmospheric condition you're in, that the skin of the man becomes manifestation of his presentation. The skin of the man, you have the inner layer, you have a middle layer, and the top layer. The top layer is the interaction of the two inside with the balanced interaction of the field of the universe, or what we call the environment they live in. That decides the color of your skin, the color of your eye, and the rest of it. When you
I wasn't trying to be specific of the
very specific. That's
but
how
I
you understand.
well, I mean, because we've gone over all those before, and it's just that it seems like instead of working backwards, we continue to work forwards and make it more complex. And that's why I was saying, like, when you look at the yin and the yang, between the two, there's a intermediary between the two. It always seems that there's
the intermediary comes from the interaction of the two. It's not there on its own. The intermediary is the creation of the interaction of the yin and yang. We taught this in Chinese teaching some 2-3 years back.
And so if we look at the diagram that's on the screen, it's all about the totality of the green circle, not what's necessarily inside of it, to simplify it.
You see, the interaction of the tree, for example, greens, what you see inside, is the fields, packages of the fields which are in the center of these circles, with what we call the circle. Or is the circle the environment which encircles the whole three, and they have each one according to their strength show their reaction or their interaction with it, and in that person or in that position, in totality of reactions with each other. There is a massive misunderstanding in knowledge seekers about the knowledge of the creation. Massive misunderstanding. And that misunderstanding is that the green line around is always with us, is the field of the creator.
Could you say it's the blank canvas, actually? The white, the canvas, right?
No.
The totality is the canvas as opposed to
the totality, yes, maybe you call it the canvas, but a canvas in 3 dimensions and in many dimensions, not just 3. When I was working in nuclear industry, we work into 7, 8, and 9 dimension integration, where every variable can play into it. In the normal mathematics or physics, you consider maybe 1 or 2. But when we became to analyze even in the 9th and 10th, then the question came, what about the interaction between 1 and 9, which become part of the integration? What about the integration of 2 and 4 and the 9, which we all created? It becomes ever what they call expanding into fields and interaction of the interactions. The same as the interaction of the 2 fields creates the mass, and the third one, the interaction creates the weight. What about when the weight interacts with the mass? What about when the weight interacts with gravity or magnetic? Man has never gone into that strength. When we look at a nuclear reactor, we don't look at just material there. We look at the heat transfer, we look at the time, we look at the expansion of the nuclear decay, and then it adds and adds and adds. This is one of the reasons I can see, or in totality, because in a human sense, I've been brought up to look at the totality of all dimensions. Nuclear physicists are beyond those who go not into theoretical but advanced practical nuclear reactors technology. We are beyond understanding of the present mathematicians, because we consider things that even the present mathematics cannot consider. And that behavior comes into understanding of totality of the creation. That's why when I teach a totality. Maybe, as I said before, one of the reasons I had to become a nuclear physicist was to have this vision, to be given this vision in the dimension of the man. As I explained, I was in a meeting with leading scientists yesterday for about a couple of hours. And I explained to them very simply, as a nuclear physicist in design of the nuclear reactors, we are taught from the Earth, the composition of the Earth, the magnetic field of the Earth, to nuclear materials, to heat transfer, to understanding of interaction with the fields of the environment. We have to understand from zero to what we call total combination. They don't train nuclear physicists like me anymore. It costs too much and we're not building nuclear reactors anymore. I was told in mid to early 2000, there were 5 of us left in the world and 2 have died. And I'm one of the youngest. The real nuclear physicists who could understand the totality, not much left. They don't teach anymore because we stopped building in nuclear reactors. Now it's a specialty in thermodynamics or in plasma physics or whatever. And when you're brought up in that kind of school of thought, you look at everything and not just one field and one plasma or maybe 2 or 3 plasmas. And this is how it's very hard for many of you, especially if you don't come from the scientific background, to understand these things. We look at the fields in totality of the operation, in where it comes from, in every direction, the essence of the field. This is one of the biggest problems, and I've been told I need to explain more. But to me, when I teach, in a way, from the background I come, I'll understand that everybody knows more or less more of what I know, but I understand people don't. And trying to make nuclear physicists in full design in a few weeks or few years is impossibility, unless you have the love of it to understand it yourself.
One more thing. If we want to replicate the ability to not breathe on this planet or any planet, where we create our own condition that feeds that needs to be fed, what should we be looking at? Where we don't want to I mean, I know you've already talked about it, about how we consume, and getting to that point where we're so peaceful that we don't consume even the need to breathe. What?
Why? Let me ask you one question. What does breathing mean to you? What does the process of breathing is to you? The process of breathing is what? Taking air in and converting some of its energy to become the energy that your physicality can take toward the transformation of the information of your physical soul to the soul of physicality.
Well, we talked about
breathing.
We talked about, didn't we talk about the taking of souls, and consuming even oxygen is the taking of souls?
Yes, but you have to realize Why do we do this? We eat to create a condition of what? We breathe to create condition of what? What is the purpose of it? What fields do each provide to our soul of physicality and our soul that allows us to exist? So can we take the energy at that level, at that strength, and do with breathing? We can't breathe in the depth of the space. There is no oxygen. We have to educate ourselves so fast that we have to get access to the energy which guarantees the survival of our soul. Nothing else. Nothing else. And this is the dilemma for man. The bottom line is to find the energy level which the soul of the man needs to survive in every level dimension in the universe. And it's your responsibility to find that for your soul. Then you become detached from the time, position, and the space and the place. I was explaining to one of the knowledge seekers very recently, said, what is, if there is not supposed to be time and space? I said, there is no time and space because you create, you are the creator of it. It's not before you and it's not after you. The rest is history, which means how the others used and created their time and space. This is why in my teaching I said there is no time and there is no space, because you are the creator of it at the point of creation. You say, I'm a doctor from today because I was said, okay, that title starts from today. Was not there before and will not be after. You become. It's like loving. You fall in love or you become a lover. Which way do you want to go? You want to give irrespective of physicality, or are you there just to receive and call it to love because you receive more than what you give, but you call yourself a lover? You got to realize, I've said it many times in the teaching, which way you want to live the life in the dimensions of the creation. In the physical matter, in the matter of no physicality but the existence of the soul, or in a combination of the two that irrespective of time and space and place, I exist in the dimension of physicality. So I change accordingly. This is going to be a dilemma for many, many knowledge seekers and many, many scientists and those who call themselves theologists.
Well, without making a joke about it, do we need a sixth cup?
You need 3 more. You have not reached the level of the creation of the soul of the Creator. And then, even when you get there, you need the final one, the 9. But is mankind ready to learn about the other 4? We see in the mayhem created only by 5. if you look at the structure of your 5 and look at the structure of the books are written, where does the inertia come? It's the creation of the what we call solar system, confirmation of reality, what we call existence of the field. There is a book number 5. And coincidentally, past a week or two, I found the keys, what we call USB sticks, which book 4, 5, and 6 are written in. Would we release it? Would it be understood by many?
Challenge us. Do it.
It's been done. Releasing it, would it bring the knowledge to the man? You got to understand, as we knew the pressures are going to increase by the Belgian government on us, that we were about to go on exile, we could see it. I went back to Dirk Lorenz and I said, I want the book number 4 back, because he was reading it to do the illustration. We transferred all the data, all the pictures, which was done from the first time we met to the day I left, and then we deleted book number 4 off his computer totally. We made sure there is no reference anywhere. Book number 4 in totality was complete in 2012. Book number 5 the same. Was ready to be printed.
Good evening, Mr. Cash. I'm Reno from Italy.
Yes.
We lack so much your books in Italian, really.
The books, all 3 books have been translated by Fabio.
Okay.
We are in possession of all 3. It's been translated in true, it doesn't need any correction. And in due course, it'll be printed. A lot of things will change in 2021 as I step down away from the Keshe Foundation and it's taken over by the 2 ladies. You will see a lot of changes in fulfilling, a lot of completing, a lot of things which was done and was not completed. You start seeing it.
We are working in the background to try to give to the Italian people the more we can, but with the books, it's another ball games.
As I said, the books in Spanish, book 1, 2, and 3 was done by Jorge, one of the first knowledge seekers. Book number 1, 2, and 3 are in Italian, is completely done by Fabio. This is how Fabio became part of the Keshe Foundation work. And I'm sure the way now we've seen that the books, the English books and the books in Farsi now are available in what they call as a hard copy. And the same will be done with the Chinese, the Italian, the French are completed, the Dutch is completed, the Spanish, the Portuguese we have, Bulgarian is completed, the Romanian 3 books are completed. Russians done by the scientists in Russian space technology they've done their part. The Chinese is complete. And we have 2 or 3 other languages complete, about 12 of them. Farsi, the 3rd book, received its authorization from the government a couple of weeks ago. And in Farsi, even the, what you call the just one second. The paper regarding the, this is the book number 3 in Farsi, completed. In Iran, you need authorization of the government to release. And 3 days ago, the paper about the corona in Iran has been ratified and approved and licensed by the Iranian government, which was a shock to us. Within 2 days, the scientific paper, which usually takes months to approve, has been approved and it goes under publication. We received the certification authorization, which means now can be used by universities and as a reference as a scientific, as the government has accepted as approved scientific paper.
Yes, because when people read from this book, can form a personal images of what science is, what plasma science
This
is.
is how all the knowledge seekers who read the book became, understood more, it completed their knowledge to the next level.
Yeah.
The most beautiful thing is the creation of origin of magnetic field, which is book number 8, and the book of the soul, which is started writing about it last summer or this summer. Then now it'll be completed. A lot of the soul teaching and the teaching, public teaching, has been gathered by Blessed Soul Sandor. We have a full compilation of the soul to his death, and others are compiling the rest of it, which will be added to the soul of the book. The book of the soul will be done after 21st of March because it has a meaning, and that's why we don't push with it. The creation of the new soul, which brings equal to all the souls in the universe, and then mankind will understand how and the way it's going to be. But they tell him next year we have what we call in our position physically back again all the keys. There's some 200 USB sticks with all the books and the papers and everything else, and hundreds of floppy disks and CD-ROMs and all sorts that knowledge has been compiled and be kept. There's something that knowledge seekers might know and you might not know, is that all the original papers written by me have been signed into 2 books. One is 700 and one is 500. Altogether it's about 1,200 pages, notarized and deposited with the courts of Belgium, that the technology and the knowledge is secure from intellectual point of view. There is a disk within the what we call reference library, world reference library, which has kept all the original papers. And all the original papers which I've written, all been hard copied and signed by me in original copies. It's 400 papers or more. And all the books. Every page is signed and notarized by public notary in Belgium. And this is what you will gather on my passing or while I'm here. We try to bring all these papers. There's a lot of hidden knowledge which is not known, will be published.
Mr. Kesh, the Plasma Times book that was just published in Iran, does it have an ISBN number?
No, it wasn't given because the original, the European version has an ISBN number. It's got an ISSN number because it's a scientific paper. or non-ISSN number is being reproduced in Iran, translated.
But as a book that can be
It's not a book, it's a scientific paper published in a form of a book. Because it's translated, now it's become, it's not a book, otherwise it cannot be applied. It's a scientific paper published. Now it can be applied in universities and technology application.
But that gives it an opportunity to be referenced freely, right?
Yes, we already have. You can reference the plasma time.
Well, yes, but I mean, like in the university level.
Yes, it's the same. Now in Iran, it's been used as a reference. Changes in structure of the our work with universities in coming time. Time is worked on, and so we have to see how we can build it up. We don't announce anymore anything because we've seen how, as you all been there, as we told you, the damages and destruction of the Keshe Foundation has been planned, and character assassinations, many of you have seen. It comes with a scientific organization like us because they can't accept the knowledge. And this is how it is. If you look now, the scientific paper is now becomes a point of reference for many things. You got to realize the further we go, the more problems we're going to get. The more we go, the more we develop technologies, the more we open up, the more problems from the scientific world will come to us.
Well, I want to thank you very much for on behalf of all the people on the panel here. I mean, we can't thank you enough, but we thank you profusely. And I want to thank all the people on the panel. I know this is the North American Corona team meeting, but it's very much a North American international team meeting. And I really want to thank so many people who have come today. Because for many of you, it's extremely late at night, and I really respect that, and I really appreciate that. And to all who heard my presentation today, I thank you very much for the opportunity to present that. So I think this has been a wonderful meeting. I'm going to hand it over to you, Mark. And Mr. Keshe, thank you again. And I'll leave you to give any additional comments that you may feel are relevant. Thanks, Mark. Thank you, everybody. Have a great day. It's over to you, Mark.
Thank you, Alex, and thank you, Mr. Keshe. It's always great that you're joining us and just to hear your voice, to give us a current update and share some more knowledge, which it's so obvious you are full of. I ran into an article the other day, and I was going to ask Yvonne if she's still here, if she'd like to read it. And I'll bring it up on the screen if I can. Can we see this or not yet?
Yes, I can see it. Yes.
Yvonne, I can scroll down. It's a very short article, but I just happened to see this article on Zero Hedge. And following this, I'm going to play Mr. Kesh's message to humanity, if that would be okay, and then end with the disclaimer.
It's possible asking and remember in what time of Central European time it's tomorrow interview in the radio station Italian.
Stefania, are you still here?
Yes, it's 9:30 Italian time.
9:30 is
I'm gonna now.
CET.
Yeah, I mean European time. Sorry, European time, and I'm gonna have to now. I will have to just ask them the Zoom or the contact to so you can connect.
That's 9:30 p.m. CET.
PM, yeah, PM. Yes, 9:30 p.m. Thank you so much, Dan, to remind this. I'm gonna just maybe as you talk about this, I'm just gonna check and see if I can give you how to connect, and I will remind Mr. Cash tomorrow morning.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Just check, and then after Yvonne reads this, we can have you come back in and give us the exact.
Perfect.
Yvonne?
Okay, Mark. New York City sees astronomical rise in UFO sightings. By Tyler Durden, sightings of unidentified flying objects, UFOs, in New York City have increased 31% this year over 2019, 46 compared with 35, compared with 2018 figures of around a dozen. 220 sightings are astronomically higher so far, jumping by more than 283%, according to New York Post, citing data from the National UFO Reporting Center. The borough with the most UFO sightings were Brooklyn this year, coming in at 12. The second was Manhattan with 11 and Queens with 10. Staten Island had 8 and the Bronx saw 5. New York Post said the most memorable intergalactic incidents occurred in the summer months on Staten Island and in the Bronx. The first incident occurred on June the 8th. A Bronxite said, it's very small writing, Mark, said 30 objects flew in a perfect line in perfect synchronicity. That was probably Elon Musk's thing. That looked like a bunch of moving stars. The observer claimed, I don't drink or take any drugs whatsoever. I'm not a UFO conspiracy theorist. Then on July 21st, a Staten Islander spotted an oval craft that looked and sounded like a helicopter. Then the mysterious flying machine sent a surge of heat radiation through my body. The islander honestly thought it was the government pulling something into the air with everything going on during these times, and I thought I would wake up and find it all over the news or on Instagram. On September 15th, a Brooklynite looked out of the bathroom window of his home and saw orange metallic orbs standing still over the Canarsie, Jamaica Bay area. They said, by the time I called my son, they were gone. I could not believe my eyes. Earlier in the year, a Manhattanite reported UFOs swirling around the Statue of Liberty. Even though these were first-hand accounts, there was no physical evidence such as a picture or video to back up their claims. Well, as far as we know. Last week, Haim Eshed, former head of Israel's defense ministry, Space Directorate told Israel's Yediot Aharonot newspaper that aliens exist and have been waiting to show themselves, but added they remain secret because humanity isn't ready for the reveal. With the world certainly a strange place in 2020, it was noted earlier this month that alien monoliths were appearing in the US and even in Europe.
Thank you,
As I
Yvonne.
said, the satellite launch, but people can check out the dates for it.
I'll stop the video after this 6-minute presentation of Mr. Kesh's message to humanity for any questions or last-minute comments, and then we'll play the disclaimer and the meeting will end.
Now that we have opened what I call the final stages of man to understand, now you have to understand you have no choice. It needs a lot of understanding, it needs a lot of positioning, it needs, there is a celebration going on. A lot of you will report massive number of UFOs in huge numbers. It's not 1 or 2 anymore. It's just like a party, let's all go there and there is a traffic jam. You will see those happening in the coming weeks. There is a big party going on this planet. Man has not seen it, do not understand it. In a way, without you knowing, you go to out shopping and you come home, the party is set, and then you have a surprise. In a way, mankind is waiting for that surprise, but there are few steps to be taken. The universal what they call universal community has already laid out the party. And to lay the party, you need to bring a lot of things ready, a lot of souls. All friends are coming back. You will see a new transformation on the skies and in the skies of this planet very, very soon. We changed the whole structure as of last week, and we brought a new dimension. You will see it, you will feel it. And this situation with Corona, this actually would have happened because the soul of this planet was getting ready to join the universal community. And it's a solution for man to find himself in, to elevate himself. This is a universal council teaching. This is what we call one nation, one planet, one race. And in so many ways, we have made one of you, but we have joined you to be one of the totality. It's a birthday party. And those who are organizing the party, it's just, 9 months and so many days, the child is born, and that's what's happening. For the coming weeks, you will see more and more activities in a very strange way, in a huge numbers. And some of them, they are single souls who left this planet thousands of years ago. They're coming back. They're coming back to welcome the new child. These lights you see in the skies, which will appear as single and in hundreds of thousands to come, many of them, they are not UFOs. They are the souls who left this planet and come back. They know it's the time to celebrate. But mankind is blind. And no radar can see the soul. If the radars could see the soul, every day millions of people could die and get born. Why don't the radars don't show? The souls leave. Soul will return. You see the light. And mankind has to understand. You have no choice. We have left you no more choice. We left it to you lot for some millions of years, and you did nothing but just mess it up. And now it's just it's the next step, next evolution. No matter how far, how much, to what extent mankind is ready for it, is a question for the man to ask himself. You come here to learn a cup, you learn this, you learn that, but you're so blind you don't see what is in truth there behind. The reality is, and this is the question I asked yesterday as well, is the soul of the man as a man as totality ready for this transformation?
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes,
for
he's
watching
ready.
that. Excuse me?
I said, yes, it's ready.
Yeah, me too.
Any last comments before I read, or hopefully I find the audio for the disclaimer that I had? Any last comments?
Thank you, everyone.
Yes, thanks everyone. Thank Mr. Cash, Mark, and Alex.
Hey, Mark, I sent you a direct message.
Yes, it's the message to humanity, Cash or Cash message to humanity. You'll find it right on YouTube, Ike.
Appena, sorry, as soon as they answer me, I will share how you can get into the interview on the word chat or in the different chat, and we can share between all of us.
Would you put it in Zoom and Telegram?
Yeah, maybe not Zoom now because I have to wait for them to reply. But I will put them wherever I can, whatever platform I see, like a Word platform, on the UK platform. You know, I will spread it around.
Send it to Dan. He will put it into the top of the Everest. Don't worry.
Yeah. Okay. Good idea, Jalal.
Thank you, Stefania, for your presence.
You're welcome. Thank you to remind me, and thank you to the yes, it's great. I'm looking forward to tomorrow. Thank you.
Does anyone know, is the Farsi meeting now on Mondays at 6:30?
It's on Wednesday now.
Now it's on Wednesday. Okay.
The Farsi
Sorry, the Farsi teaching has been moved to Thursday permanently.
Okay, Thursday now. And the same
Sorry,
time?
Wednesday,
Okay.
the 6:30 Tehran time,
Thank you.
which is 4 o'clock Central European time. The reason which was moved is because, as we said before, Thursday, Friday is a holiday, what they call a weekend in Iran, and this allows more people to participate in different ways and stay longer, or if they need be.
Any of the language community meetings?
They're all in the weekly timetable for the holidays.
Right, and they're also in certain public media platforms, the social media platforms, I think Rick was saying, that they can be found there as well.
Excuse me, Mr. Cash. Can you speak about any of the manufacturing, how they're doing as far as getting back up to speed or anything?
What do you mean?
With the enhancement units and deliveries and such.
We are still keeping the same January, February delivery and setup in testing. There is a development in the enhancement unit systems themselves, not the bib, not the block, not the physical block. And that has to be, added into the new design. And this is what we are working on. We've gone into no motor, no, system, which is a universal system, and that has to be added and adopted into, and even in the past few days, we have taken another leaping step that it has to be implemented in the new enhancement systems. The structure is, they're going for actual universal working systems with no fuel. And it's part of the whole structure.
Thank you, Mr. Cash.
Thank you very much.
It's just, you're welcome. Instead of making some and then adopting and making some more and adopting, we go directly for the full, complete as much as we can now. Now that we have taken the, the motor out of the system. And we're working through a new way of transfer of fields. And we have tested a very new version in past week, which that allows us in a better condition to create a total universal condition in the system. As I said, we don't divulge anymore what we do and how it's done, but we rely on the factory in China to deliver to us sometimes in January, February, as they can go. Any other question?
Raphael, you had your mic open. Was that inadvertently, or would you like to make a statement or ask a question? Okay, anyone else who just thought of something they forgot to bring up? Okay, I'm going to play the disclaimer and then the meeting will end. I guess you can put your comment and thanks in the chat. Thank you for attending. This has been the North American Corona team for December 20th, 2020. I want to thank you all for attending, giving up some of your time, and hopefully you've absorbed more knowledge from Mr. Kesh and from the universe, as this is his knowledge, which he's sharing with us.
Okay, here we go.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANS processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.